So once again, you're welcome. Our theme for today is Collaborate, Inspire, and Lead. So why are we here today? We're here to listen to speakers, to speak to us about what's going on in the world of PR. We'll have 4 main speakers. But before we move on to the first speaker, I would like you all to help me invite Faith Senam-Doklu to give us the opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, fellow PR practitioners in the industry, students and friends of Women in PR Ghana. It's such an honor to welcome you all to Women in PR Summit 2019. This year marks our 3rd edition since inception, and I have nothing but gratitude to everyone seated here for how far we have come. Women in PR is an yearly event organized with the aim to create a platform for women in the industry to engage, aid, network, mentor, share ideas and opportunities with one another. It is in line with this and more that we are gathered here today at the plush Tomreik Hotel for the 3rd edition of Women in PR Ghana Summit. It's your support and encouragement in diverse ways that has spurred us on to get to where we are today. Before we start, I'd like to express my gratitude to all who have supported to make this year's event come together so beautifully. Our appreciation goes to Tomreik Hotel, of course, to Newmont Goldcorp Ghana, to Zoom Lion, to Bijou Homes, Webster University Ghana, to Vivo Energy, to Volte Ghana, to Total Ghana, Touchpoint Magna Carta, to Prudential Bank, Neptune Technologies, Presentation Plus, Excelsis, and our media partners, Metro TV, Daily PR Africa, ETV, and YFM. And last but not the least, to all other individuals who have supported us over the years till now. This year's edition of Women in PR Summit is packed with a plethora of awesome activities for PR professionals at all levels who seek to see improvements in the practice of PR by standards that will bring us at par with the rest of the world. To promote great collaborations and partnerships with global and local organizations and their various stakeholders. It is in consonance with all this that our theme for this year, Collaborate, Inspire, Lead, was couched. We believe that it is in collaboration that we learn to lead, grow stronger, inspire, and effect change. Prepare your minds to be blown as we receive gems of wisdom, of trade from our esteemed speakers and acquire knowledge from the panel discussions that will be moderated by our ace broadcaster, Naa Ashorkor Mensah-Doku. A warm welcome to all of you, and we do hope that you have a great time. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Faith. So very shortly, we would have our first speaker on stage to speak to us about entrepreneurship and development in PR. Our speaker will be Sophia Lissah. She's the group head of communications at the Jospong group of companies. Sophia has an extensive and diverse experience in all disciplines of the communication business, ranging from reputational management, media and public relations, stakeholder engagement, to corporate social responsibilities, among others. In the year 2000, Sophia joined the British High Commission as the first website editor at the Press and Public Affairs Unit. She later became the responsible for media and police relations. Prior to joining the Jospong Group in June 2016, she was the External Affairs Manager for UT. Sophia holds a Master in Development Communication from the Ghana Institute of Journalism, an MBA in Leadership and Sustainability from the University of Columbia in Lakeside District of the United Kingdom, a postgraduate diploma in marketing from the Chartered Institute of Marketing UK, a bachelor's degree in sociology and psychology from the University of Ghana, Legon, and a diploma in journalism from the Premier Journalism School in Ghana, GIJ. Sophia has a passion for the youth and green movement. She does a lot of engagement with the youth and has done academic papers on cashless banking, greening the banking sector, and driving a green economy through media advocacy for solid waste segregation as source, a case study in Accra. With a round of applause, may you all join me in welcoming Sophia Lissah to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I want to say a very big thank you for the opportunity to be part of this faith. Can I have you here? I want to celebrate you. Can you please join me celebrate this young lady once again? I sent her a message and said, I want to say it on stage. I am so impressed and so moved by what this young lady does. I mean, I don't know about you. We connected online, right? I saw Women in PR Global. I got excited. I said I wanted to be part of it. They said, contact Faith. I was expecting this huge girl with some big bottles like mine. This is my first time of seeing Faith. And I'm asking myself, wow, Faith? Wow. Girl, congratulations. Keep it up, okay? Or do it better for her. As I said earlier, it's such an honor to be here this morning, and I pray and hope that by the time I'm done, we would have learned one or two things. And if you don't mind, I am not too much academic. They have said so many things about academic. They are papers. Okay. Can I share the experience instead of the papers? So we talk about what I do, the experiences I've had. Akosia, is that you? So I want us to share experiences rather than doing an academic exercise, if you don't mind. Is that okay with all of us? Thank you so much. And so this morning it's my honor to speak on putting entrepreneurship and development into PR. When I got the subject, Faith, I must confess, I was a bit like, putting entrepreneurship and development into PR, which one is that? I'm not an entrepreneur, but I sat back, thought about it. She sent me some things to look at, and I was like, wow, okay, this is it. So I also told her what I was thinking about the subject, and we came to a compromise on this, and it's such an honor, honestly, to be here this morning. If you hear me saying it's such an honor, don't be offended. I really feel honored to be here. And I can't hide it, right? Okay. So the aim of this presentation is simple: to discuss how PR professionals like us can acquire an entrepreneurship mindset to push for development. All right? Just having that mindset. Entrepreneurship is a broad something, and if we want to talk about it, we won't finish. What we want this morning is how we as PR people can have that kind of mindset that helps us in our development agenda. Because as PR people, we are supposed to push for development. Is that fair? Thank you very much. The scope or the outline for this presentation is going to be simple. Who is an entrepreneur? Characteristics of an entrepreneur, entrepreneurship and development, the role of the PR professional, think like an entrepreneur, and a simple conclusion. Don't worry, it looks long. I will have just about 15 or 16 slides, and we'll be done. Now, I have been honored to work with two of Ghana's greatest entrepreneurs. There has been entrepreneurs before, but I feel very honored having worked with two of Ghana's, greatest entrepreneurs. And you agree with me when you see them. One of them is Prince Kofi Amoatey. How many of us here know Prince Kofi Amoatey? So I've had the honor of working with him, so much so that at a point you see him as a father. And at one point in time, there was a lady called Moki Makura, who was writing about greatest entrepreneurs in Africa. And she picked Mr. Moabeng as one of those 16 greatest entrepreneurs in Africa. And at the time, I was working with Mr. Moabeng, and I was very excited about that. The second person is Joseph Sian Ejapong, Dr. Joseph Sian Ejapong. Who knows him? Zoom Lion, the Bola man. The Bola man. Isn't it amazing that Bola can make somebody so great? How would you have thought about such a thing that Bola, like Bola, your trash that you're going to throw away, has made somebody so great? And he is one of 2 Ghanaians to be mentioned in Forbes Africa, that an edition was focused on them. The first one was Dr. Pakwesi Indum. We all know Pakwesi Indum. He wanted to be a president. He's an academician. He's a great man. He speaks very good English. All those. And then the next person that is celebrated in Forbes Africa is Joseph Sian Ejapong. I call him Kwame Ejapong. And there is something about these 2 people that I'll just tell you what it is about them. Then we see how we can also tap into that to do what we do. So, having said this about 2 guys, who is an entrepreneur? I said I didn't want to be academic about this at all. So I just went reading just a little, not much. And there's only one of the definitions that really excited me because I felt it spoke to me directly. It says an entrepreneur is someone who identifies an opportunity or a need in a market and provides a product or service to meet that need. Simple. There are some that we're talking about who starts businesses and does this and does that. This is the one that speaks to it for me. It says, someone who identifies an opportunity or a need in a market and provides a product or service to meet that. How did Mr. Moabeng do that? He went to the bank looking for a loan. And they said, oh, no, your business, no, it hasn't gotten to the point where we can give you a loan. So you wait. And then eventually, after several months, they get back to him and say, no, you cry, the way that we see you, you can't pay back. So we will give you just a little of the money. And he was thinking, how is that possible? I need money to do something now. You come back to me after 3 months, and you are giving me just a little of the money that I needed. No, something is wrong. I have to do something about this. So he goes around and comes up with what we call a loan in 48 hours. A loan in 48 hours. It is sad. Whenever I'm talking about UT, I have goosebumps because, to be honest with you, the culture in that workplace, I am sad that when you're talking about banks today, you can't find UT Bank. It's sad. But the legacy that Mr. Moabeng left, everybody who has had the opportunity to work with a UT person will know that, yes, I'm working with somebody who is an asset, right? Because he saw a need that, no. When people go to the banks looking for money, it's because I need money now. Or, I'm a trader. There is business. I need to go and do it. And I want money, and I come, and you're saying, oh, you go and come. What is your cash flow? How many of our mothers are recording stuff, and you say, go and come. And the business is now a grown firm, So he says, no, that can't happen. Something must change. He saw that need, and what did he do? He created a business, a loan in 48 hours. And we were really doing loans in 48 hours. We're doing loans in 48 hours. Joseph Sian Ejapong, this is a man, his business started as, he took over a business from his mother who was into exercise books selling in the markets and stuff like that. And so after a while, the woman fell sick, and they said, you want to go and be, he said he wanted to be a pilot or an engineer. At the time, he was at Royal Technical College, Roteco. And so he had to leave school, then go to take care of the mother's business. After a while, he said, I'm enjoying this buying and selling thing. Let me move it to the next level. So he turns himself into a commissioned salesperson. So he comes to you to say that, look, I can produce exercise books for you. We will do this, we'll do that. You give me a commission. And they started. Then one day, he said he went to China and saw people sweeping the streets, and they were using tricycles. And he was like, wow, oh, Bagana. We also sweep, so we don't have anything like this. Then the money that he was going to use to buy machines for his book production or printing business, he decided to divert that into getting a tricycle. And today, the Zoom Lion is the biggest. I mean, you can cry about it, but it's the biggest waste management company in Ghana. It's the biggest waste management company in Ghana, with operations in 5 other African countries: Togo, Angola, Zambia, Equatorial Guinea, Liberia. And today, he's giving talks across the world. Last, was it in May? He was in Austria when they were talking about circular economy. And I asked myself, wow, Bola boy, circular economy. The only person from Ghana that I saw there was the president. He went a day earlier. Then Mr. Japan was asked to come and share his experience also. What did he see? He realized that, yes, we sweep. And I was telling the story about the fact that back in the days, our mothers wake up very early in the morning. By 4, they are already out sweeping the streets, sweeping the homes, and sweeping their surroundings and all that. And that is why when this Youth Employment Agency module came, sanitation, they said, youth employment. Check the age group of the people who are sweeping the streets. Have you checked it? The youngest you might get in there might be like 40, 45. Why? Because growing up, the youth were not used to the kind of sweeping that our mothers used to do. But when they said, now there is a business, the sweeping that we've been doing always, now they're going to give you something as an allowance, and they're going to give you a uniform. In fact, the guys, you don't have to be sweeping like the ladies are doing. We'll give you a tricycle. It became a whole new thing. He found a need. And today, when Zoom Lion started, they used to tease them, oh, mama, oh, papa, oh, so now people beg to come and work with us. Hello? Am I making sense at all? So, what is it about these men, these 2 gentlemen? I just want to use these 2 examples because they are the ones I've worked with closely that we can take from. So, what are the characteristics of these 2 gentlemen? 1, passion. Passion. I mean, these people, they have a vision and they have a passion that drives that vision. It's amazing. When they decide to do something, nothing stops them. I have a profane way of describing their passion, but I can't say it here. I'm too shy. Is there any Pentecost person here? Okay, because of you, I won't even say it. These are people who are passionate about what they do. Wait till you hear Dr. Ejapon talk about the Bola business. Today, we've moved from collection to transporting to landfills, and in fact, we are more into recycling now than any other time because even landfills are dying, but we are now into recycling. How did such a young man, he's not even 50 years old, though. How can somebody think about just collecting Bola? And today, the world has found a name for what he's doing, calling it circular economy. Circular economy is basically about making sure that waste does not go waste, but you find use for waste. And that is what he's doing now. It's just amazing. The other thing about these gentlemen is that they are risk takers. Risk takers. I mean, nothing scares them. I don't know how they do it. I'm sure there are things you and I will see and go like, oh, well, I don't have money now, so let me wait till, Dr. Jospong will tell you, what do you mean by you don't have money? The world is not ruled by money. It's ruled by ideas. And for him, once you have the idea, you are good to go. That is why there are things that he sees and he knows that this thing should be done by government. Government is misbehaving like we don't have money. He has the idea. He runs, he does it. By the time he's done, you are begging him to pay for what he has done. They are risk takers. They don't fear anything. They are people who have focus. Focus. Once they set themselves to do something, oh my goodness, nothing distracts them. These two people I'm talking about, instead of celebrating them, they've been so vilified in this country by the media. I mean, what insults have not been heaped on them? Their private life, their work life. People see you and you say you work here, and the kind of face it's as if you are the baller yourself. But hey, wise up. Wise up. The guy has his focus. He knows what he's doing. Today, he is taking Ghana places. On his own, he goes to other countries and is able to get loans to come and do things in Ghana. And government is going for loans for from places. And he, as an individual, is doing that. Hello? These people keep their focus. They are solution-driven. Whatever to them, everything that you do must have, they are just providing solution. All they want to do is to provide solution. So you want to think about that. They challenge the status quo. They don't take a no for an answer. In fact, UT at some point, our one of our mottos was, why not? Why not? Okay, why not? Is that a red card or is it a white card? Okay, they are result-driven. So they are people who don't take a no for an answer. They are visionaries. They are resilient. They are very innovative. Because whatever they see, they want to find ways and means of turning it around to help other people. What have they done in terms of development? One, they create businesses in response to their unmet needs. Two, in creating businesses, what have they done? They've created jobs, right? Improve lives. They foster commerce and regional economy. I'm talking about Mr. Jospong, who is going around the world now, projecting Ghana. Apart from football, what else? Corrupt. But at least we have somebody who's projecting Ghana in a different light. Hello? They introduce new technologies. Today in Ghana, we have what we call the integrated recycling and compost plant, which is recycling waste. 60% of the waste generated in Ghana is made up of organic waste. So we recycle that into compost for the agri sector. Technology, these are people who do that. They contribute to economic development. What is the role of the PR person in all of this? Basically, Batini, basically, PR professionals, we serve as a bridge between our institutions and the stakeholders. Is that not it? We serve as a bridge between our institutions and the other side of the world. So it's our responsibility to create a positive image about our organization. It is our responsibility to build relationships and partnerships between our companies and our publics. Right? I remember I wrote something and I said publics, and my boss came and said, no, you don't say publics. I said, no, I'm a public relations person. For us, we have publics. You have stakeholders, we have publics. He said, okay. We use communication to drive development. What is development? Development is all about change, making an impact. Making an impact. And who else can make an impact better than we, the PR professionals? So what I'm saying is that today, it is our responsibility to turn things around in our profession. There's a lady called Anne Frank. In fact, she's a young lady. She's called a diarist. She had a diary that she wrote things in. She died very young, but she made this profound statement. She said, everyone has inside himself, and of course herself, a piece of good news. The good news is that you really don't know how great you can be. or how much you can love, what you can accomplish, and what your potential is. There is so much sitting in you. So as professionals, what do we have to do? 1, have a vision and let that vision drive you. What do I want to do? Where do I want to be? In the next 5, 10 years, how do I want to see myself? What do I want to stand for? What do I want people to know me for? 1. 2, be yourself. Please, you can only be the best of yourself. You can never be the best of any other person. It's just you. Be yourself. Love what you do. Without love, nothing works. Because if I love what I do it with such finesse, and it becomes a whole romantic affair between you and what you do. Have that kind of romantic affair with the job that you do. Be passionate about what you do. Acquire knowledge. Read. Learn. Study. How do I put it again? Read. Learn. Study. Is there any other word for that? Add it. Be humble. Please, in all of these, be humble enough to ask other people for help. Be humble enough to say, no, this one, I don't know it. Be humble enough to say that, look, I don't have it all. Be humble enough to tap into other people's skills. And don't be afraid to fail. You will fail a couple of times. Oh, you will. It's not a prophecy. It's not a threat. It's a promise. It will happen. Why? Because we're human. Give yourself a chance, okay? You will fail. And so what? It's in failing that we learn. It's not everything that we get it, at a goal. You will fail at some point, but please pick up the pieces and move on. Learn from others. There is nothing new under the sun. My boss would tell me, I said, Chief, we need a brand manual. He said, oh, go internet, so go be now for use it. I was like, no. As for brand manual, you can't use other people's brand manual. Be diligent. Work hard. Hard work doesn't kill. When we're growing up, that's what we're told. Hard work doesn't kill. Do we have some Evers in the house? My grandmother used to say that, doenyame, work is man. I mean, it's all about work. And it says, asina bianami, nkumega bianami. Let your hands be red, not your eyes red for what people are. Make yourself dirty. Okay? Make yourself dirty. In conclusion, what does the good book say? Seest thou a man diligent in his ways or in his business? He shall stand before kings and shall not stand before mean men. In fact, one of the translations, I love it, said, you will not stand before mere men. And I remember in one of there was this commission that was going on, and there was a translator. When they were saying the things, he would translate, and said something. I said, look at, you see how mere, you're a mere man. So he was like, so Bible says, if you're diligent and you work hard, and you set yourself a vision, and you are humble enough, you will stand before kings and not me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Sophia. On this note, we shall take 2 questions. So, question number 1.
My question is, you said you've worked with some of these entrepreneurs, 2 of them, and it seems they are vilified by the media. So as a practitioner, what do you do in an institution such as these ones that you are working with, who are being vilified the whole time?
Thank you very much. I was actually going to tell you that don't ask me any big questions because they are the entrepreneurs. I'm not. No, but the reality is, it's a very important question. I have learned over the period that some of the things that are going on, what is the truth in what they are saying? Okay? And unfortunately for you, the media has the platform. So they will talk and talk and talk. Somebody has been chasing my company since 2013 till now. He's still on it. 1, you give your rejoinders or responses, a press statement to diffuse what they're saying, and he goes back on air to talk about it. Sometimes, it's better to keep quiet. I read something in the Bible once that blew me. It says, even a fool will be thought wise if he shuts up. And so sometimes it's good to just shut up. Just keep quiet. Sometimes it is important to you just tell them what your side of the story and leave it at that. Because some of these vilification, people are putting their own interpretations. There is this story about my company having charged the government 74 million, taking 74 million cedis from dollars from the government to distribute 1 million beans, and the beans are lying there. You are shown pictures, and the same person has gone to do militia story, and we can't find the militia and all that. But the reality is, what is the truth? This is a contract. No money has been paid. You understand? A contract is supposed to run for 2 years. 2 years has elapsed, so the contract has ended. He comes back and says, hey, congratulations to me. My investigations has led to the cancellation. The thing had a lifespan. What can you do to such a person? Evers have a proverb. They said, Ella wana egbofuno apo GV. You speak ever right. I don't know how to interpret that in English, because the English people don't have those words. It says, it's like, what can you do to a pregnant goat to give birth? You can't say push. It will give birth by itself. So in reality, sometimes it's very disturbing. Honestly, sometimes it's very disturbing, but once you have put out your side of the story, what else can you do? Sometimes it's good to engage your stakeholders, because here we are engaging with banks and international organizations. Some of these things goes out there and they get worried. So we call them or send them messages to our side of the story that this is the reality. This is a press person trying to lead a crusade, which you can't stop them. They have to do their work. Does that answer you, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Please
so much.
Clap for Sophia. We are really grateful.
Thank you so much for the opportunity once again.
All right, so when she spoke about passion, I knew that that question you asked her will lead her into telling you more about her business. She is really passionate about what she does. On this note, we shall go straight into our panel discussion. On our panel, we have very intelligent, beautiful, and well-versed industry leaders. But the moderator of the session would be our own Naa Ashorkor Mensah. All right, so Naa Ashorkor is an A's broadcaster on Joy 99.7 FM. I got that right? Yes. And you will know her as an actress as well, but she asked me that I should cut her profile very short. So Naa Ashorkor, please, the stage is yours.
All right, I'm going to be a moderator for the panel discussion, which is about to begin. We're going to begin the panel discussion shortly, and the topic for the panel discussion is one that I am very curious about, one that I am looking forward to learning a lot from, and I hope you are too. I first heard about emotional intelligence just a few years ago when Star FM started in 2014. My producer told me once, I was upset about something that happened, and for those of you who are familiar with radio production, there's a presenter and there's a producer. There's always a scuffle about who's the boss, you know, because the producer sort of tells you what to do, and you sort of have the microphone, so you do what you want sometimes. So there's always a scuffle about who drives the show. And so my producer, who was American, was always upset, or was always in some kind of, back and forth with me. And then one day, after an argument, she said, "Nah, you have to learn to be emotionally intelligent." I had heard it for the first time. So I went and Googled it, and I saw what it was about, and I thought, I need to learn to be emotionally intelligent. And after that, this is the second time I've heard about it. So I'm looking forward to learning about, everything there is to learn from our panel. So the topic is developing and applying emotional intelligence to leadership. I believe we all believe ourselves as leaders, yes? We're all leaders, aren't we? Yes, we are. And my boss always says that you sometimes lead from the top or sometimes you lead from behind. Wherever you are, you've got to lead Don't just follow. For those of you who have read this book by Dale Carnegie, How to Make Friends and Influence People, how many of you have read it? Yes. It's a great book. You should check it out. How to Make Friends and Influence People. He says that you would probably make more friends in 2 months by learning to be interested in people than you will make in 2 years by trying to get people to be interested in you. He also says that when you're dealing with people, you should know that you're not dealing with creatures of logic, but rather you're dealing with creatures of emotion, people who are filled with prejudice and are led by pride and vanity. That's what people are. We are creatures of emotion more than we are creatures of logic. So if you're someone who has a high level of emotional intelligence, you will be able to get people to, should I say do your bidding? Well, sometimes I feel there's a thin line between emotional intelligence and manipulation, but I'm looking forward to hearing what the panel has to say. This book I spoke about is probably one book that has all the ingredients that one needs to know about emotional intelligence. And emotional intelligence has become a very key characteristic in the workplace. It's something that a lot of employers look out for. I mean, nowadays, people look out for emotional intelligence probably more than intellectual intelligence. If you have a high emotional quotient, you're probably a better leader than someone with a high IQ. Because people nowadays don't quit bad jobs. People quit bad leaders. If people don't like their bosses, they're highly likely to want to leave and go someplace else. Because we are afraid of the unknown, leaving your job to another place is hard. But if your boss is bad, you probably won't think twice about it. You'll probably be in a hurry to go and try whatever else is out there. So to be a good leader, emotional intelligence is something that's got to be important to you. So let us all listen, take notes, and if we have time, we'll ask questions. Now, we have a great panel today. I'm very happy about everyone on the panel. Looking forward to hearing, especially from one who I'll let you know after. So this is the format our panel discussion is going to take. I'm going to invite our panelists up here. They will each speak for about 3 minutes on the topic. I'll ask them some questions, and if we have time, I'd let you also ask some questions. Is that good? But most importantly, I'll be glad if we all took some notes, okay? All right, so I'll invite our panelists now. Our first panelist is Cynthia Ofori-Dwumfuo. Is she here? Awesome, there you are. So Cynthia is, a round of applause for her. Please join me, yes. Sit here. All right, so Cynthia is PR business lead of Ogilvy in Ghana and West Africa. A round of applause for her. She has worked across a range of communications functions, including strategic and corporate communications, media and government relations, public affairs, CSR, marketing and brand development, healthcare communications, events, advocacy, social and digital media. The list is endless. Basically, yes, I was just going to stop right there. But basically, across communications. So we're happy to have her. We also have Emma Wenani, yes. I apologize, Wenani. A round of applause for her. She is the Chief Director of Global Media Alliance. She's been with the organization for over 8 years. She joined them in 2010. She currently oversees the company's consulting units. Her role entails leading and consulting departments in providing strategic and objective advisory services to the clients that they work with. A round of applause for her. We also have Mrs. Baaba Cofie, Senior PR Consultant with Mahoghany Consult. She has expertise in communication research, creative writing, development and health communications, event management, and print journalism. She is also the author of the novel In the Womb Time, which is her personal story of her journey with pregnancy and fertility. Thank you for joining us. A round of applause for her. And we have the only man standing in a very lovely bow tie, Mr. Eric Rhiney. He's the chair, Management Development, Management Department, Webster University. He also has a PhD in International Business and Marketing from St. Louis University. His areas of teaching include marketing research, marketing strategy, and survey design. A round of applause for him one more time. So we will begin the panel discussion with our first panelist, Cynthia Ofori-Dwumfuo. She'll give us her opening remarks. Each of our panelists will do that. And then after that, I'll ask questions. And then I might let you ask a couple of questions too. All right, a round of applause for Cynthia as she begins.
Thank you, Naa Ashorkor, and hello, everyone. I'm extremely happy to be here. And congratulations to Faith once again for bringing this to this point. 3 years in a row, congratulations. So yes, when I got the topic, I said to myself, wow, I feel like this is something I have lived through. And I'll explain. For me, it was not necessarily an academic topic. It was more like a life experience. And I'll tell you why. All through my career, I've gone through different phases. I've gone through phases where I've been literally, and we all know how this is, depending on where you are in your career, where you're at entry level, you're doing all the dog work. At some point in my life, I used to go to work at 6:30 a.m. to finish my media monitoring. And you kind of try to navigate your career in a manner that each step takes you. But at some point in my life, and I think that those who worked with me at Global Media Alliance, including Emma, will know this, I found that I had to learn a different kind of leadership. It wasn't about competency, because all throughout my professional life, I assumed that competency was number one. Competency was what got you forward. So academics, you try to ace, yes. In terms of your work itself, you try to make sure you understand what it is you're doing and how you're doing it. But at the end of the day, the differentiator I found was the emotional intelligence. So beyond all the technical language, the emotional quotient, all of that, what's the reality of emotional intelligence? The reality of emotional intelligence as a leader is being able to not really just empathize with your people, but here's the thing, understand yourself and know yourself. So yes, you can Google, and Google will tell you, oh, the skills to have to be emotionally intelligent is what? Self-awareness, self-control, and whatnot. For me, the most important one is self-awareness. When you are aware of yourself, you understand who you are, you understand your weaknesses, your strengths, you are better able as a leader to communicate with the people you work with and the people you work for. And that understanding and knowledge is not something that necessarily can be taught. That understanding and knowledge comes from a realization, which comes back to self-awareness. So emotional intelligence, and I'm not going to hog the mic, I'm sure my 3 minutes are up. Emotional intelligence, developing and applying it, takes a measure of introspection. Sitting down and understanding who you are as a leader, what it is you are doing, and then the people you are working with. Because once you're able to do that, you can work better with the people you're working with, know who they are, and work in a manner that would uplift them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Normally, when you're the first person, you're often lucky, because you say everything, and then the rest of us are just going to be saying, as Cynthia said. So to try and not say, as Cynthia said, first, congratulations to Faith. Thank you for having me here today, and well done. This is my first time. I've always wanted to come, but somehow it hasn't worked, but today I'm here. I almost fell ill. I'm actually not feeling so well, but I insisted to my body. We have an agreement. I can fall ill after, but I insisted I have to be here today. So let me look at it from the dictionary definition. So emotions are what? A mental state, their feelings, their aspects of behavior, right? And intelligence is the ability to apply knowledge, right? So if I'm to look at it at face value or in layman's terms, I would say emotional intelligence is the ability to manage one's and other people's emotions. And going back to what Cynthia said, it's because it starts with one's, it's so important to be able to manage your own emotions. And it's even easier to manage your own emotions than to manage any other person's emotions. However, you have to be able to understand where people are coming from before you can actually be able to manage their emotions. And I'm sure that Naa is going to take us through some questions, but I just wanted to give like a brief of what I feel emotional intelligence is for me. And part of my career, actually, I've been practicing PR for 4 years. Before that, I was doing HR. So for me, it was more of working with people. And when you're doing HR, you get to know people a little bit more. And I often tell my employees, I do remember the day I interviewed you, and they often think that it's a joke, but I do remember each person that I often interviewed, and I do remember what questions I asked them, how they behaved, how they answered the questions. For me, it was important to get to know them, because I still believe that some of these things can be learned. Emotions can be learned, and they can be applied. And I'm definitely looking forward to discussing this topic further.
Okay, so let me quickly share a story with you. So I'm an entrepreneur and a PR person. And at Mahoghany Consult, a few years ago, we had a PR manager who knew she was my age, you know, and she was working with me. We had a new client whose name is written in a particular way. And this PR manager would always write it wrongly, and I would correct her. At a point, I went into her office. She has a board in her office, and I wrote out the name so that when she's typing, she wouldn't forget. Then she does a press release and writes it wrongly again. So I call her to my office and say, I've said this like 1,001 times, you know. I mean, you need to get this right. This is too much. That was it. At least I thought that was it. A few days later, she comes back into my office and says that, Baaba, I need to talk about this with you. I am so upset. You spoke to me like you were speaking to your 3-year-old daughter. And I can't take it. And this is how she was talking. I can't take it. I just can't take it. I mean, yes, you're my boss, but I just... And I was sitting looking at her and wondering, oh, really? Because in my little mind, I thought we just had a discussion. I corrected her, and that was it. But she was so angry. And I felt like, oh, wow, emotional intelligence. So Cynthia spoke about it. I'm still learning the name. She also spoke about it. But it is that social intelligence that we should have, that understanding of how our emotions are, and also respecting the emotions of the other person, and using that knowledge that we have to guide the way we think and the way we act. And for me, that was a big lesson. I learned a big lesson of how I am, how I behaved, as against how she felt, and how I needed to understand the way she felt in order to know how I act and how I behave towards her. Thank you.
Okay, so yes, it's very difficult to be the last one to go. And being the only male on the stage doesn't help. But from my perspective, one of the things, I'm going to try to tie a bow around much of what's been said. So one of the things in terms of being a leader is understanding the end and strategically working towards that end. And because you're working with other people, and in order to get to that end, you're going to have to rely on other people, it's up to you to help them understand how they all fit in the picture. This is where emotional intelligence comes in, because everybody is coming with their own motivations. Everybody's coming to work with their own dynamics. Some people had a bad day, somebody's kids may be, sick, somebody may be sick themselves. You just don't know what people are coming to the job with. And then on top of that, you don't know what their motivations are in terms of the job. Maybe they're upset with you because you became the leader and they wanted to be the leader. So how do you understand all of these dynamics and still motivate people to produce, to create value, to reach the end goal? That's what emotional intelligence is about. It's about how, as a leader, can I be transformative? How can I inspire? And it all does start with first self-awareness, understanding what's my own motivation. How do I feel about the individuals I'm working with? How do I approach them? Yes, there are so many that you know, it's like, wait a minute, this is elementary. There's no reason why you should be still misspelling this name after I spoke to you about it. But understanding, okay, from my perspective, yes, maybe I would have gotten it the first time and the second time. But let me put myself in the other person's shoes and see what's going on and how I can help them see the bigger picture. And that's what emotional intelligence is really about. So I'll leave it at that.
All right. A round of applause. Please keep the microphone with Mr. Eric. For everyone on the panel, great talk. Now, you've all given us a general picture of what emotional intelligence means to each of you. Now, let me start with you, Mr. Rhiney. Okay, you have said that, of course, when you're at the workplace, you don't know who is coming into the workplace with. Now, if you run a big organization and you are, say, a supervisor of a lot of people, and of course, you don't know what each person is bringing to the workplace, and each person comes with their own baggage. How do you apply, or do you apply this emotional intelligence in dealing with each of them? Or is there a wholesale approach of some sort which you can apply to everybody and know that, okay, I'm dealing with this large group of people, and because I can't handle them one by one, is there a wholesale approach to emotional intelligence?
Yes and no. So it really depends on the situation. So first of all, I'm the chair of a department, management department. I oversee 15 faculty who have PhDs. So they all think they're the most intelligent people in the universe, and so do I. So we're coming from this dynamic to begin with. And I have to understand that there are going to be intellectual challenges that are gonna happen, especially if we're all in the room together. So if we're in the situation where we're having a department meeting, and I know I have the dynamics of all these people in the room together, I first need to, it's like a chess game almost. I need to understand, okay, what is it that this person is going to most push back on? And how are they gonna push back on it? I have some people that get angry, and that's their pushback. They're gonna deflect everything, get angry about everything, and talk about why, things shouldn't happen. So when we're talking about challenging the status quo, we're some of the worst offenders of wanting to challenge the status quo in the university setting. So understanding those dynamics. In some cases, I might preempt that by going to them and talking to them beforehand and explaining to them, okay, here's the situation, here's why we're doing it this way. So that when we get in the meeting, I already have an understanding of where they're coming from and the dynamics they're gonna bring to the table. So you have to look at it from both ways. If this is a one-on-one conversation and I'm speaking to someone about something they've done, I'll approach it one way. But if we're in a room, then I have to understand all of the different dynamics that are at play.
Okay, we'll come back to you. All right, Mrs. Cofie. Now, you spoke about your subordinate who was a little upset with you and the way you spoke to her, and you thought that was it, but she was upset and came back to you. Do you think that perhaps in dealing with your colleagues or your subordinates, your concern should not only be about emotional intelligence, but perhaps their temperaments also? Because surely there are some temperaments who would just listen, hear what you say, and that's it. And there are some who won't.
For temperaments play such a critical role, you know, in every organization. And whether you like it or not, no matter the structures you have in the organization, temperaments will come to play. And for where I work, Mahoghany Consult, it's an agency, and typically, you know how agencies are a bit more laid back, not very, you know, formalized. And you have all sorts of, I call them creatures, myself included, you know, creative people, you know, thinkers, all sorts of people in there. And I remember there was this one time we did a presentation, it's something that we do in Mahoghany, did a presentation on our temperament, identifying everyone's temperament, and just discussing it, you know. And we realized that, yes, it is just because of his temperament. He is so choleric. He is so sanguine. He is so melancholic. Or he's a combination of this. That is why he behaves that way. And so you realize that human beings are not cast in stone. We cannot press buttons and expect them to respond to the buttons. They are not robots, okay? So temperaments are very key, but also it is important to understand their temperament and how you can control the temperament, because you can. Emotional intelligence is also about understanding that your emotions are tools in your hands, and you can control them. And so knowing who you are, for instance, when I found out that I'm sanguine, because I'm also very melancholic, I was wondering, really, I can't be sanguine. I thought sanguines were not serious people, but I'm too serious-minded to be sanguine. But then, coming to that realization made me understand how come I'm able to flow with so many people. And that's important. So understanding everybody's temperament, to some extent, is very, very important. However, even beyond that, helping them to manage or to understand how that temperament plays out in the workplace, among colleagues, even during working with clients, is even more important. So yes, it does play a very critical role. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you absolutely. A round of applause for her. Now, to Emma, you spoke about knowing and remembering the people that you interview, even at interview stage.
Yes.
After so many years in the organization. Wow. I want to know how you do that, because to be able to, know and use emotional intelligence, you must actually care about the people that you're relating with. Is there a formula to doing this? How do you remember what people tell you? How do you get them to feel that they're special, even so many years after their interviews?
I think it's just, there's one question I've always asked everybody I interviewed, and many HR people often ask it, and I think maybe they forget about it. Let me give a reason of why I actually went into HR, and for me was to be able to work with and develop people.
Okay.
To get to their potential. Obviously, sometimes it's assumed that you cannot get to your potential, because if you get there, then what next, right? And one of the things I often ask is, what is your career objective? More often than not, we are looking for jobs because you need a job.
Yeah.
And what is being advertised is what is there. So maybe that is not really what you want to do. I mean, some of us started in HR, now we're doing PR, so maybe the same thing is happening to the same person. And for me, it was more of a conscious effort to know if they get bored at some point, what next for them? You made a statement that said people leave organizations because of bad bosses, but people also leave organizations where they're not challenged. And I think it's very important for us to understand what the next step for these people are. And for me, that was very conscious in my mind, that if somebody, because I know what they want to do, because I understand how they feel and how they would feel if they were bored, it's time to ask them what next.
Yeah.
And because I remember what they said is next, if an opportunity came, I would be like, okay, Emma, why don't you try this? There's an opportunity. When you came, you mentioned that you were interested in doing accounts. Now there's accounts available. Why don't you try it? So it was more of getting to also push them. Sometimes people need the extra push. Most of us are self-motivated, but not everybody is.
Yes.
So you often need that person to just give you a little drive. I believe in you. You can do this. Go for it. So
Okay.
for me, that was one of the reasons why I insisted on just keeping it at the back of my mind.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you just keep it at the back of your mind.
Yes.
That's it.
That's
There's
it.
no extra formula.
I don't think there's an extra formula really.
Okay.
That's really it.
All right, so keep it at the back of your mind. Thank you. Now, Cynthia, you spoke about self-awareness.
Yeah.
What is it?
Oh, it's being honest with yourself.
Okay.
Listen, at the end of the day, when you go home, you look in the mirror, you've taken your clothes off, you have to admit to yourself who you really are. Are you great at being a motivator? Yes or no? Are you great at just doing your job and keeping it moving? You need to be honest with yourself. And that self-awareness doesn't come from, people, I think when we are growing up, we try to tell ourselves things. And then as much as we encourage ourselves by, giving ourselves these motivating statements, I am, the best there is at doing this. I can do this because I am that. At the end of the day, you know that you don't have that capability of being someone who's great at writing because, I'm sorry, you're just not a great writer. At some point in time, you can learn, you can try, you can do the most you can, but there's a certain flair that comes with someone who's a natural, right? So all of that awareness is an awareness that no one can come bring you to. So that's why it's important when you stand in front of the mirror, you look at yourself and you ask yourself, who am I? What do I do best? What are my weaknesses? And I can tell you that when I was working with GMA, I'll use that example. I came in and I was the head of a team of, at the time, 17 people. Now, let me give you context. And context is also really important for understanding yourself. Most of the people on the team were about my age. And then some were older. I also came with a mindset that was different in a sense that I had lived in the States, I worked in the States, so I had a different idea of how things should be done. And so coming in and working with the team, I had a lot of run-ins. And I mentioned earlier that emotional intelligence became important to me as a leader because I forced myself to understand why I was having run-ins and why I wasn't having the impact and the productivity I was expecting by doing the things I needed to do. Look, there are boxes that you check. Has this been done? Has it been done on time? What are the things that need to be done? And we're not even talking about client side. We're talking about the work that goes on internally. Now, all of these things, you can check all the boxes, but the end result, productivity, no. Congenial feeling amongst the team? No. So then you take a step back and ask, what is missing? And I can tell you for a fact that one of the key turning points in my leadership cycle at GMA was a conversation I had with my ultimate boss, Edward Watting. And one time we sat down and he said, Cynthia, you know what? You're fantastic at what you do. Just saying. But there's something you need to do. You need to calm down and relax. Now, for those who know me now, you might see me as this cool kid. I like to have fun. I work hard. I play hard. Look at my hair. I feel free to do whatever I want. I'm creative. But at that point in time, I still had the mindset of things have to be done this way. Okay, so I'm coming from a background where I was school prefect. Things were and I had pushed my own self to the background because I felt that as a leader, this is who you have to be. Because my understanding of leadership was that as a leader, you have to draw the objectives, bring the team on board, discuss how we are achieving the goals, and then take them to the goals. Without the emotional intelligence, you're not able to work with each of the individual team members because you are behind this wall. So my self-awareness was realizing that it was an asset that we were all about the same age. So I took my boss's advice. I decided to try to be more friendly and interested in my team members and relax, as he said. Relax as in, if somebody walks in late, yes, lateness is not right. But if somebody walks in late, you know what? You don't know what's going on in their lives. They may not tell you all the time. Maybe when you go for lunch, try to have a bit more of a conversation with the person about other things but work, because I had been accused of always being work-minded. right? And it was a conscious effort I had to make, and I had to admit to myself that, well, I'm not so great at this, I have to be honest. I mean, otherwise we would have been doing better. I wouldn't have my team members always, being upset with me behind my back. And I am proud to say that today, most of the people I worked with at GMA, and that team especially, including Faith, are people that I still have a great relationship with. And that came only because I took my boss's advice, I sat down and I owned myself. I had to admit that this was who I was and these were my challenges, and then work towards them, because those challenges were preventing me from, having a relationship with my team members. And in the agency world, relationships matter because it's a high pressure environment. I've been working in agencies for majority of my career. We are always doing 1 million things at the same time. People are stressed. So you don't even count the stresses they have behind the scenes. So if you don't have that relationship, that congeniality, where people feel that, yes, I can make mistakes freely, you have a problem. So as a leader, and from my personal experience, was accepting who I was and trying to learn how to undo the areas that I felt that weren't really enabling that positive relationship with my team members. So it's a journey, and you can't just get it one day. You have to come to that point.
Wow. A round of applause. Now, as you were talking, I was nodding and nodding and nodding because one of my wisest friends, sorry? Yes, you can. Okay, so I was just going to add that, and I'm glad you said it's a journey. Nobody wakes up one day and becomes emotionally intelligent. But just to add a little bit to that, it's also about knowing how you behave and how you respond to others. And that doesn't come very easy, because you are the one behaving, you are the one responding, but you are not conscious of how you are responding. So that consciousness is very, very important. And the way I respond to you would be very different from the way I respond to him, based on so many other factors. So for instance, growing up, I didn't know I was light-skinned. I didn't know. I don't know how to explain it, but I didn't know. So perhaps I thought I was dark. So I would see, and unfortunately, in this part of our world, when you're light-skinned, it comes with a certain perception that, yeah, you're likely to be too known, you're likely to be this, and all. So in my response to people, unknown to me, my color was a factor in their judgment of what I was saying. And until I got to that point and I understood that when you're speaking to people, they're not just looking at you, but because you look a certain way, they are not just responding to your words, but they're responding to the way you look, and those are some of the things that we learn through the journey. And as we learn these things, it helps us to become not just emotionally intelligent, but appreciate how people are even responding to us, yes, and how we ought to behave over the period of time. Thank you. Awesome. Yeah. Now, I was just saying after you were done speaking that I have a friend who constantly says that you become a better leader after you get to know who you are. Before that, whatever you do would be flawed. You need to get to know who you are, and after that, only after that would you be a great leader. So thanks for those pointers. I agree with all of it. Now, for you who has worked in HR and is now in PR, how much do you think that people in PR need to invest in becoming emotionally intelligent?
PR people are communicators. Mm-hmm. They're often communicating, whether they're writing, they're speaking, or they're dealing with their employees, their clients. I work in an agency just like Cynthia, so we have a lot of interaction with different sorts of clients, with the media, and therefore you need to learn how to handle different groups of people. The way you would speak to your client perhaps is not the way you would even speak to your boss. Right? The way you would interact with somebody in government might not be the way you would interact with the media personalities. And even in the media, the way you interact with maybe a reporter is not the way you'll interact with an editor. So I think as PR professionals, we need to be able to learn different forms of communication. I'm not saying that you need to pretend for different sorts of people. Obviously, there should be respect, there should be cordiality, there should be courtesy accorded to everybody. But some people would judge you just based on how you speak to them. Some people prefer to be called Mr. Wenani, for example. Other people prefer to be called Emma. Some people prefer to be called Sir or Madam. Others will prefer to be called just Emma. So I think as a PR professional, you need to learn how your client, how your different stakeholders would want to be communicated with and apply to it. At the end of the day, you're managing the people around you. You're managing how they react to you. You don't want to come out as being disrespectful. And for me, that was one thing I came to learn in Ghana, for example, because I mean, I'm Kenyan, but I've lived here for a long time, so I consider myself Ghanaian. So culture is very key in Ghana, and therefore there's a lot of cultural things I had to learn and how I had to communicate and how I had to not use my left hand even though it's my hand, you know. So for me that was strange. I mean, I have two hands, I choose whichever hand to use, but definitely you're living in a culture where one hand is more superior than the other. So you when you go to Rome, you do what the Romans do. So I do agree that as a communicator, you need to be able to be wise enough to know when to speak, what to speak, and how to even speak. And I believe that's how you'll be able to apply your emotional intelligence.
Awesome. Thank you. Yes, you can. And yes, feel free to add to, if a panelist says something that you want to add to, you're welcome to do so.
So just to add to what Emma said, it's also about being aware of context. And I think that's exactly what I was speaking from your conversation. Context and then being observant. So if you're aware of context, for instance, and I'll take this to the client aspect of it, being agencies, we work for a number of companies, different types of companies. Companies that are doing what people will call serious things, companies that are doing less, more exciting, more serious, more exciting things, companies that are doing sustainability-led projects. Now, here's the thing. If you don't understand the context behind the people you're about to meet or the people you are working for, it's difficult for you to engage them. Because imagine that, let's say you're going into a meeting with a client, a new client. You don't know the people across the table. You have had no opportunity to know how they react, their temperament. You don't know whether or not this person is vain. You have no way of knowing this. But an understanding of the context within which you are going to meet them is important. How are you meeting them? Is this a pitch? Is this a recommendation that you're following up? Is it a cold call? All of these things determine how the people will react to you and how you can communicate to them. So that's a certain level of emotional intelligence that you have to have, where you prepare ahead of time. You say, okay, I'm going to meet a robotics company. How are they like? You do your Google search. All of that you might think is just typical preparation towards the meeting. But it's also adding to your emotional intelligence for when you meet with them. Because if you know that the CEO, for instance, is someone who started in something completely random and by some chance of luck, he ended up in robotics, it will determine the kind of conversation you would have with him when you're having the conversation with him. And then also even when you get into that environment, a conversation with them, how observant are you? For me, these are, I would say, communications skills that I have learned over the years working with such a diverse group of clients. You walk into the office. How's the office? What's the environment like? What are the things you can observe and take from it? All of that influences the richness of your conversation and then how you interact with the people that you interact with when you get there. So it's, yes, you can have all the time in the world to learn and try to, work with the people that are closest to you. But when you walk out of that environment where you're interacting with other people you have never met before or you are only having chance encounters with, emotional intelligence becomes how you're observant and how you understand the context within which you're playing in.
All right. Before we go to Mr. Rhiney, let me just ask you, Cynthia. Sure. So do you think that this is something, emotional intelligence is when dealing with people, is something that you have to be intentional about, or would you just develop it over time?
So honestly, I know people don't like that kind of answer, but it's both. Frankly, it's both. You develop it over time because you learn how to recognize things. That's the truth. And then at other times, once you've had that original knowledge or experience, whatever, it just comes. So it is really both.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rhiney. I had a conversation with my friend this morning during our morning walk about emotional intelligence. And he works with children, so he had a lot to say. And then from all that he said, I began to gather that he seemed to mean that when you know the way people are, you can get them to do your bidding, sort of. You can just move them around. And so I asked him, is there a thin line between emotional intelligence and manipulation? Because if you use information or knowledge you have about a person's character or the sort of person someone is to get them to do things or to get them to feel a certain way, to get them to feel loved and appreciated, even if you don't really care about them. Because like you said, you have a goal, and your goal is to get to the goal. So you just want to get them there. So you're using all of this to get them there, even if you don't legitimately really care about them. So is there a thin line, or do they have anything to do with each other?
Absolutely, they have to do with each other, and I don't necessarily think that. As leaders, it is our job to manipulate. It is our job to get people motivated, and if you want to call motivating manipulating, then it is that. But it is our job to get people to move in a certain direction together in an effective way to make something happen.
Yeah.
So emotional intelligence comes into play, as everybody has mentioned, because people come with different emotions. I come with a different emotion, and trying to figure out how emotions stand in the way of people getting to move forward is part of the manipulation that I have to bring forward. So I don't necessarily think manipulation is a bad term in this sense. It is just something that we do as leaders. We have to manipulate. If we don't manipulate and we just say, I would like for it, it would be so nice for you to do this, and it doesn't happen, then I'm not effective as a leader. So one of the things that I did want to also throw in is that there does need to be some authenticity. And one of the things that you were saying, if you just don't care, you're just doing this and you really don't care, well, people see through that. There's no way for you to act as though you care about people and you really don't, because people will see through it eventually, and you will lose people. And there's no way that you will get people sustainably to be led by you if you are not authentic in your emotional intelligence and the way that you interact with people and you see other people. So I'm naturally a happy person. I smile with everybody, and I do have to understand in some situations maybe they'll look at me and say, oh my God, he's just way too happy. That's a problem, right? And I have to check that at that point. But that's who I am. Authentically, that's who I am. And I'll understand that situation. I may not smile as brightly, but I'm going to smile because that's just who I am. I'm going to talk to people because that's just who I am, right? And that's authentically part of who I am. So, back to the question you asked, I think that one part of us is we have a center, and this is who we are. We can intelligently figure out how we can move from that center depending on the situation and use that in an effective way to, gain a client or gain respect from somebody that we're working with or somebody that is one of our subordinates or something like that. But, at the end of the day, I am who I am.
So how about people who are just not like that? Like you, smiling and nice and kind. There are people who say, me, I don't like people. Me, I'm not a people person. I just can't.
Right. Right.
How about people like that?
It's for each person, they have to understand their strengths and their weaknesses. And that's part of emotional intelligence, understanding who you are, right? The self-awareness component, and then understanding how does that impact other people. So the fact that I may be an introvert, or the fact that I may not smile, or the fact that, I just may not say very much, how does that impact the people that I need to motivate, manipulate, or win over, or what have you? And if it is not effective, then that's something that I need to come to terms with and figure out the best approach to dealing with that other person.
Okay, so back to self-awareness. Now, Cynthia has spoken about self-awareness. I would like for each of you to also speak about self-regulation, empathy, and social skills, which I believe are all part or the elements of emotional intelligence. So maybe Emma, you can speak on self-regulation.
Okay. So self-regulation is the ability to control what you're feeling.
Control what you're feeling.
Yes.
Okay.
So in the essence that, I want to use an example, but it's not coming. In the essence that your emotions should not control you, for lack of a better word, because there is the chance that your emotions can control you. And you don't want people to often be like, okay, it's that day, or, oh my goodness, now she's wearing that face and we're not going to have a really bad day. We don't want to read through you that much. So you should be able to regulate yourself in such a way that you understand your emotion, you know what you're feeling, but you don't let it influence your behavior. Yeah? So you've had a bad day. Somebody maybe cut you in traffic. Somebody maybe insulted you in traffic. And you don't have to carry that forward. So you're angry. First, you've started your day on a wrong note. You're angry. Maybe you didn't sleep enough, so didn't sleep enough, one. Somebody upset you in traffic, two.
It was light off.
There was light off. So you couldn't even wear the shirt you wanted to wear, and you're forced to wear something. Like everything is just not working. And then you get to the office, maybe the guard will not open the gate on time. You know, like everything is just not working. And the first person who meets you is Rhiney, and he's smiling, and you're like, what's wrong with you? Like, why are you smiling so wide? I've had a bad day already. But he doesn't know all the things you've gone through. So self-regulation is being able to control what you're feeling, not to affect
the next
person,
okay.
Basically. Yeah.
All right, beautifully put. Thank you.
Let me just pick on something that Randy said about manipulation that you asked. We are all manipulative. We manipulate our children. We manipulate our friends. We do all of that. And we are able to do that because we know the right buttons to press.
Yeah.
Brands manipulate us, you know, and that is why we are deliberate about the communication. We are communication people. Why do we sit down and think of the brands that we work on and say that we want to speak in this kind of tone, we want to appear this way, we want to be able to say it this way, and all of us sitting here do that a lot. And if that is not manipulation, I don't know what it is, but just that it sounds like manipulation is a bad word, or it's too strong. So even in building emotional intelligence, there's nothing wrong with understanding who the other person is, who you are, and pressing the right buttons to make it happen. But in the end, it's about, why am I doing it? What is the purpose behind it? Do I just want to have my way? Okay, and we need to have the right attitude towards the purpose for which we are manipulating. And if we do it right, there is nothing wrong with it. In fact, we make the world a better place.
A better manipulated place. All right, Dr. Rhiney, would you speak on social skills or empathy?
Yeah, and I think we've covered a lot of this already, but in terms of social skills and empathy, one is really understanding other people. You know, just trying to figure out, walk in their shoes. What is it that they're hoping to accomplish? What is it that, you know, are the challenges that they face? How was their day? You know, if I'm smiling and somebody's walking up to me and I see that they're not reciprocating with a smile, then I shouldn't just go on about my happy day. I should ask that person, like, you know, oh, it seems like something's going on with you. You know, let me find out. You know, how's your morning? How can I make it better? You know, maybe just telling them that, hey, you know what? The day is gonna get better. Maybe all that it takes, a hug. Who knows? you know, but just simply asking them, you know, about their day may be what it takes. But empathy is just about trying to understand the other person. There's no way that you are going to be able to get people on your side if you don't walk in their shoes. You have to walk in their shoes.
Okay. You want to add on? Sure, you can. And do we have extra time for questions from the audience? One question. Only one question, and we'll take it from you. Awesome.
So,
okay, so I pointed at you, but I think you responded. So I guess that's 2 questions then. So we'll take 2 questions. All right. Yes, go ahead.
So just wanted to quickly add that since this is a women's event, we'll ignore the men right now and say that, you know, as women, we are naturally empathetic, right? Mm-hmm. But then as communicators, we need to bring that empathy into our work. So then I really liked what you said because about manipulation, because it's not necessarily always real. Let's be honest. As communicators, we need to do work. We need to feel empathy for the clients we are working for. It doesn't necessarily mean that we truly care about what it is that they are doing. Let's be honest, at least from the agency side, right? But as women, I think that we have an advantage because we are naturally empathetic, right? So it's just about learning how to bring that natural empathy into your work and then relating that to what you do. She's looking at me like, but yeah.
You caught me.
just slipping that in there for the women.
All right. So is there anything any of you would like to add to all that we've said so far before we take the 2 questions? All right. A round of applause for the panel, please.
Good morning. I've really enjoyed the session. Well done to all of you. I'd like to talk about 2 main points of concern to me. I see a lot of, I see EI relating to respect and insight. And here I join what you said on context and the fact that you need to be conscious of where you are. So for me, in your self-awareness journey, I think respect should be one of the key points that as humans as we are in whatever we do, and we work with people, relations. You may be managing a team or otherwise. Either way, respect should be one of the things that you would link to EI, and it helps you in applying EI in your engagement if you're not in leadership. The other thing I'd like to talk about is insight, and I think, Emma, you talked about it a lot, about how you've been able to integrate the Ghanaian culture and what means, what certain basic things could mean to us versus where you're coming from. So always having the mindset of drawing on your insights, reading people, and getting to understand, it also helps in applying EI. The other point I'd like to talk about is really taking the conversation, looking at it from the other side of the coin. I know we've said the good things about it. We're all leaders. But I also see that I look back and I realize that they're for. And we have a lot of us here who are in school, who would begin their journey in corporate. I think it's very important that we do not give the notion as, because it is expected of a leader to apply EI, it is okay for anyone to think that you can do things and go, I wouldn't say scot-free, but you can do things a certain way because you expect the leader to be insightful and to understand your context. And, you know, so there's also a thin line between that, expecting that of a leader, and also understanding your place, and also being who you're expected to be or doing what you're expected to do. So typically, you work in a team. So I lead a team of 6. I work with people. I try the best way I can to be able to understand their context in order to be able to influence. For me, I don't choose manipulation because my understanding of manipulation is a bit strong and hard. So I influence my team. I lead from the front. I make sure I create a congenial environment for everybody to thrive. But then if you're expected to do X, Y, Z, I expect that to be done. Yeah. And I will tell you if you didn't do it, applying EI, but I will tell you anyways. So really, this is how I would also look at it.
All right. A round of applause to our 5th panel member.
All right.
All right.
Thank you very much for that interesting discussion. My name is Mavis, and I want to follow up on the temperaments. You've done everything you have to do as a leader, and you find temperaments you cannot change. People who sort of always want to give you negative energy, and you think that it's their business to see you fail as a leader. If you come across such situations, how do you go around it? Thank you very much.
All right.
My question is basically about in this era of customers always being right and you dealing with these people, if they come to you and you can tell from all angles that they are trying to play with your emotions, do you still be the nice person and deal with them, or you have to tell them as it is, or just pretend and go along with the flow? Thank you.
Do you work with PDS?
No.
All right. Okay, so we'll answer the questions now. The first question about temperaments and people who make it their goal to upset you at work. How do you deal with them? And then customers who do same.
Oh yes, I've experienced that. And if you're an entrepreneur and a leader, you would have some people who may not necessarily understand the vision where you're going, and they may not be with you in the boat. It may not necessarily be just because of their temperament. You know, it could be other things. But there comes a point in time, and the HR people will tell you that there comes a point in time, some relationships, they just come to a halt. And you need to part ways, you know. But before that point, you need to do all you can to make sure it works. But if it doesn't, and it's gotten to that point where it's getting unhealthy, it's giving you sleepless nights, it's stalling work, it's doing all of those things, then you would have to start considering this relationship needs to halt. And when a working relationship halts, it doesn't mean the personal relationship should. If you think that you can still relate with this person on a personal basis, but not on a working basis, that's fine. So you can consider that.
All right.
Thank you.
And then the question about the customer.
I was going to add something to what she said.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So relationships, like she mentioned, some of them will continue, some of them will end. And I also wanted to add something on what Amma said on leaders, because I do notice we have a lot of students. You won't always get a nice boss. And emotional intelligence is not about being nice. Right? So let's not go to work on Monday and then suddenly we are pointing out those who are not emotionally intelligent. Because you're not nice, you're not emotionally intelligent. No. When work needs to be done, it needs to be done. And unfortunately, most of us do not have the privilege of choosing our bosses. So the person you find is the person you work with. Emotional intelligence is about how you're able to apply, to control your emotions and those of others around you. So somebody could be that bad person, or to you, however, how you communicate back to them could change how they even communicate to you. So let's not confuse being emotionally intelligent with being a nice person. We can't always be nice. We're not ice cream. Please. We're not ice cream.
Or jollof rice.
Or jollof rice.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So that's still on an employee. Are you going to talk on customers?
Yeah, I think that it's also about knowing your place. So speaking to that, you need to know your place. If you recognize that, look, you're early in your career, you are entry level, you're doing media monitoring. I use that example because at the point in time in my career, one of the most hated jobs for me was waking up early in the morning, getting to work before anybody else, and doing my media monitoring report. That is culling all the stories for certain clients and putting together in a document before 8 o'clock. So at that point in time, you have to know your place in the grand scheme of things. And then applying emotional intelligence is understanding where your place fits and how you are a cog in the giant mechanism of the workplace. So even though it sounds like we are talking about leadership, all of that stuff, not everyone can be a leader, first and foremost. Because I remember you mentioned something about that. Some people are just naturally good followers. And especially if you are at the bottom where you don't have any agency to be a leader, you need to know your place and understand timing as well. So if you know the right timing for things, everything else you become the star employee at the end of the day, because your boss knows, one, they can count on you, depending on what it is, to get your job done. They know that you play well within the team. Those are all basic things that you might not tie to emotional intelligence, but you need to be emotionally intelligent to succeed at. So yes, and then customer service. I just coming back to that as well. I think that you also need to understand at some point in time what you want within your customer service relationship. What are you selling to the client? If at all costs you need to make your money, and in Ghana, I think that we don't have any emotional intelligence when it comes to customer service, because it's like we are doing you a favor. But the truth is that elsewhere, the customer is always right. At some point in time, you apply levels of escalations. That's why there are levels of escalations. So you need to know when to step back and let somebody else into that conversation with the person, the customer service person. And if you are the ultimate person, then you need to have had, that's why preparation is important. You need to have had a certain level of procedures in place for how you would manage a scenario like that. So just 2 cents.
All right, Dr. Rhiney.
So I'll add to that in terms of customer relationship management. So yeah, there used to be this mantra that the customer is always right, but the customer is not always right. Bad customers are not right at all. And you have to understand, if this is a bad customer, so we're creating value for the customer, but we are also expecting value to be created for us. It's reciprocal value. If the customer is not creating value for me in PR or for my company, if they're constantly costing me money, fire them the same way you fire an employee. I'm sorry, I'm not the right person for you. You need to go find somebody else who can satisfy you, but it's not me. And it's okay to do that. And at the end of the day, you'll find that you have better customers who are more loyal and will bring in more money and will cost you less.
Awesome. I believe this session has been great. Do you agree? A round of applause for every member of our panel. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I've learned a lot. I'm glad that I am a part of this today. And I look forward to our next panel discussion next year. A very big thank you to each of you for all that you have shared and for all that we have learned. And I hope that you took notes and you would apply them and share also. And for those of you watching us online, where's our online camera? The back there, yes. Those of you watching us online on Facebook Live and all the other platforms, thank you too. And I do hope that you've learned a lot. I'll now hand over to Joyce, and we'll resume our seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, are you here? Are you here? So I just want to ask, what is the theme for today? You're not speaking like people who have just been inspired. What is the theme for today? All right. We have our next speaker sitting right here. But before we go on to our next speaker, I just want to remind us of the people who made this possible. So we have Newmont Goldcorp Ghana, we have Zoom Lion, we have Bijou Homes, and they have a stand outside. So on the break, you can go outside there and check them out. We have Webster University Ghana campus, we have Touchpoint Magna Carta, we have Vivo Energy, we have Volti Ghana, we have Total Ghana, Neptune Technology, Presentation Plus, we have Excelsis, we have Tomreik Hotel, and of course, our media partners, Business and Financial Times, Metro TV, Daily PR Ghana, YFM, Happy FM, EFM, and then TV Africa. The next speaker, speaking of emotional intelligence. So this week, I had my own kind of situation, and I was boiling. And for anyone who knows me, and I have my colleague here, when I'm boiling, I curse. Yes, and it's amazing because if you know me, you know I'm a jovial person, but you don't want to see me when I'm angry. And really, I was to the point where I was almost in tears, seriously. And I remembered that anytime I have such issues and I call upon this person, he's always there for me. So really, it's by no mistake that he comes after the topic of emotional intelligence. So Gabriel Opoku-Asare is our next speaker. He's the head of Society for Africa Region, Diageo PLC. So just a little bit about who Gabriel is and the reason why you can fall on him when you have an emotional crisis. He has a strong experience as senior corporate affairs professional, ranging from handling major public policy advocacy, internal change, and media relations. In his current role, Gabriel, the Diageo Sustainability and Responsibility Strategy Lead across the beverage giant 13 priority market, comprising 4 business units, which are Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, and Nigeria. So previously, Gabriel was the Corporate Relations Director at Guinness Ghana Breweries PLC. We know that as Guinness. Where as a member of the executive management team, he strategically positioned the company's communications and sustainability agenda. And yes, he's won so many awards, which I guess if a young one come in, you'll be very envious of. So recently, he was adjudged the CSR Practitioner of the Year at the 2018 Ghana CSR Excellence Awards. Before then, he won the CSR Company of the Year for his company, Guinness Ghana Limited, CSR Manufacturing Company of the Year, among others, and at the AGI Awards, he won the Best Practices in Sustainable Manufacturing. So without much ado, Gabriel, my senior, my punching bag, and the one who puts me in check when I have emotional crisis, please help me to welcome him onto the stage to take us to the next topic.
Is it good afternoon or, yeah, hi, good afternoon. I think this is such a great session, and thanks to Joyce and Faith for putting this together. Being here and listening to the conversation has been very enlightening, and I've gained a lot of insights myself. So when I was given this topic, on to the next one. When I was given the topic to speak about, the first thing I said is, I know there are a lot of communication gurus in the women in PR, and how am I going to do this? So I'm just going to talk about how I've used PR, my role as the director. If you believe that, next slide. How many of you believe that PR is a management function? How many of you? And why do you believe it's a management function? What's the reason? Can anybody answer that question? What's the reason? Is it that we just need somebody to be on the management seat too, so that we say, okay, we have a PR person here? Or what is the reason for PR being a management function? Just one person. Nobody?
Because you are an eye overseeing every aspect of the business.
Okay.
So if, like your last time, if you're not there, things won't work well.
Okay.
Once you're like a watchdog looking around everything, that will help you pick signals in case there's crisis. So you need to be part of management. That's what I think.
Great. Another one.
PR person is the connection between the public and the organization.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be there to make the connection stronger.
And after the connection, what happens after the connection? Communication. Okay. Yeah, fantastic. They're all correct answers. But most important, if anyone is going to be given a seat, any function at the executive, right? At the executive level of the organization, that seat should provide commercial value. It should bring value to the business, right? And that one of our panelists mentioned, and she's sitting right here, that you're not ice cream. Be there. There's a lot of misconception around PR, right? And I think we need to put it right. The misconception is these are the ice cream guys of the business. You know, they come to the work, they look fine. Amma is here, Nestle. She will do nice makeup. And we are funky people, naturally. That's how we appear, right? But we drive value, and that is important. And it's important that we always talk about the value that we bring to the business. And that is why we have a seat at the management table, because we bring value to the business. And I'll explain why we bring value to the business. And the Mexican statement perfectly captures the role of PR in an organization and also in the social context. When you look at the Mexican statement, what it says is that PR analyzes. So you do a lot of analysis. That is not ice cream, right? You do a lot of predictions, right? And if you're always going to predict and you feel, what kind of person are you? You also counsel, so you're a strategic counselor to the business. And also, after you counsel, you build programs and implement those programs that leads to the benefits of both the organization and the society. And that is the role of PR in an organization and in the social setting. Next slide. So why is PR relevant in the social and organizational context? Because we have publics, right? And for every organization, we have the customers, employees, government, media, we have the top management, production, and all of that. For the organizations to function seamlessly, you need PR in there to be the orchestrator of all of that, because everybody needs to be informed about what the company is doing, the direction the company is going, and that is the role of PR. So as it states there, to achieve an organization's plan objectives, you are there to create favorable relationships with all the publics of that organization in order to meet its set objectives. Next slide. So how do we do this? I'll put it a simple framework that I call MAP, right? MAP, the first one is motivate, the second one is advocate, and the last one is protect. And that is very simple. If you don't remember anything from today, just remember MAP. So if you go to motivate, what do we do? And this got to do with a lot of emotions. This is fully an emotional activity. So here, instead of using the word we manipulate, I rather say we don't manipulate, we motivate. And you're motivating employees and building relationships with the employees in order to create value. And what is the value that creates when it comes to it? If you have employees who know what they're about, and like she said, if they are not challenged enough, they should be aware of the clear strategy of the business, where the business wants to get to in the next 5 years, short-term strategy, what is the long-term, why are we here, why do you come to work in the morning, what is the role of you within the whole context of the organization, what do you contribute to the bottom line? If people are not aware of that, nothing's going to work. And you find a lot of that. You find a lot of people in teams that they say, my boss wants me to work, and he'll go and take the praise. When you find people saying that, they do not understand their place in the work environment. They do not understand their role in the organization, because you are there to do a specific activity, and your boss' role is to help you, guide you, provide direction, provide support, to lead you to do that activity that contributes to the bottom line. So it may be in PR. The value we are creating here, and it should be also measurable. The value you're creating by motivating people is that you want people to be aware of where the organization wants to go. Also, you want them to feel like, if I get up in the morning, Guinness Ghana Breweries is a great place to go. How do they feel like that? People want to be recognized. I'm just sharing some of the things we do. So they feel recognized. So we put in recognition schemes, best employee, employee that achieved the highest sales target. They are all techniques and things we do to drive motivation. And when people feel recognized in an environment, a lot of people will be happy to stay in that organization, right? And how do you measure this? You measure this by conducting employee engagement, right? Employee engagement surveys. When we do the surveys, we get to realize what people feel about the business and the things they talk about. So a lot of employees will say, oh, a lot of employees actually feel that when it gets to employee surveys, that is the time to crucify the line manager, because he's doing it nicodemously on his side, so he'll be ticking the box. This guy is no feedback and all of that. But that shouldn't be the case, right? It should be an honest feedback to the line manager, and then we measure. So again, we have ratings for it. One of the big tasks I gave to my communications lead when I was running the Ghana CR team was to improve employee engagement score by +2. So we are at 74 in terms of how people feel about the business. And we moved to 79, that was +3. And it was based on a number of things and a number of initiatives. And that aligns to the strategy of HR, especially when it comes to this. We're working a lot with the HR people around what is our people strategy. One of the big enablers for us was around diversity and inclusion. So I'll show you a video of what he did. That's his job. I took the praise for it, yeah, but that's his job. Go to the next slide of what we did to encourage, to recognize the females we have in our business. Put the volume on. Follow. We can't hear it. So she's one of the supply chain leads. She works in a brewery, and she's such great inspiration. I wanted to tell her a story. This was not even external, within the business, to drive motivation around why we want a lot of ladies to work in our business. And that's why we did this 2-minute video and shared it on all our platforms. Okay, do you want to play it? And it went a long way. We saw motivation around, when it came to the value survey scores, the women's groups, when we did the value survey, we saw how they're feeling around the business because they are being recognized. Their work is being exposed to the whole business, which is core to our agenda. Okay, which is core to our agenda. So it's just one of the things you do. It doesn't mean that you need to do this.
Felicia Kunang is my name, the packaging and brewing manager of Achimota. So I start my day with a meeting with the team to review the previous day's performance, where I get visibility into performance over the last 24 hours. And then I get to know the issues behind the performance, what went well, what didn't go well, what actions are put in place to bring performance into traction, or what actions are being put in place to sustain the good performance that has been delivered. I believe GGBL is an organization that is clear on its vision, clear on its ambition, clear about the strategies that it needs to take to deliver extraordinary performance. And I am somebody who always wants to be the best wherever I find myself. So I tend to identify with Guinness Ghana Brewery PLC core values and its ambition of wanting to be the best performing, most trusted and respected consumer product business in Ghana.
So this is just one of the...
In Ghana, it doesn't look at whether you are a lady, you are a female or not. It just looks at the capability and what you are able to offer.
So this is just one of the initiatives, right, that we deployed to drive motivation in the business. And we are not surprised that this year, our value survey scores went from 74 to 76. 79, yeah, 76 to 79. We're not surprised because we did such, Nana and the team did such great work in putting out programs and initiatives that drives motivation within the business. And that is the first thing, that is internal, partnering HR to motivate employees, right? The second thing is, that is the A, is advocate. And advocate, what it really means is building powerful relationships with externals, right? Building powerful relationships to drive your reputation. And that is critical. So imagine I work for an alcoholic beverage organization. We are always seen as the demons because we make people drink so bad and we're making accidents happen. You know, we do all the bad things. How do you drive? And that was the reason why I joined Guinness Ghana, right? To be in a highly regulated environment and also to build a reputation for a company that has people, naturally in our context, a bad reputation. And with that, we've done quite a number of things. And it's by proactively looking at opportunities within your environment that you operate. So we look at what are the issues that are caused by the drinks that we produce. So at Diageo, what we want to do is help people to drink and drink better. So not to cause harm by drinking, by having a beer or having a whiskey or whatever. So a number of projects that we do. We don't do the same across Africa. We look at specific countries, and that also comes to the emotional conversation, thinking about what people want in Ghana. And Ghana, so some of the things I can talk about is around drink driving, which is a major issue for government, underage drinking, because we don't want people to drink below the age of 18, and going out there proactively to run these programs. And back to the Mexican statement, you're analyzing the environment, you're predicting what could happen, right? And you're putting out programs that will support the organization's objectives and also support the objectives of the society to make the society better. So what we do is we do a lot of drink driving campaigns with, and we partner a lot of people. Joyce knows the first thing I speak about is partnerships when it comes to building a reputation for your organization. And we've leveraged a lot of partnership to do this work. And that is one of the sure ways to do it. And you consider partnerships based on, for me, it's either for scale, maybe with a peer organization, or also for credibility. You may be working with a smaller company, but they have a lot of credibility that by you partnering them helps you drive your reputation even further. If you work with United Nations on a program, you know the credibility you're getting, even though they are not probably putting out any money for the program. If you're working with, say, DVLA, which I'll share a video on it later on, we recently just partnered DVLA to inculcate our drink IQ model. So we have a program that we want people to know about alcohol so that they don't abuse it, because a lot of people do not understand what it means to drink. So, but we were able to convince them to get the program into the national curriculum now. So it's now part of the national curriculum. So if somebody goes to the driving school, they get to experience it before they even get a driver's license. And these are some of the things we do to build a reputation. And that has opened a lot of doors for us as a business, right? Because we are proactively going out there. We are not waiting for government to come in and regulate us and tell us what to do, but we are proactively doing it. And that is the role of PR. Proactively looking at opportunities to drive your reputation in a business. So that is really around the motivate. I'll show a short video on what we did with the DVLA and how it's driving. It's going to help save lives, right? And we're connecting to a lot of things. Because you're doing it externally, you need to connect. You're connecting to, we know our program is going to help save lives in Ghana. It also connects to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, Goal 3.6 to halve road traffic injuries. So Nana, you want to show that video? Yeah. So, and that is really the purpose of driving, advocating for your business and driving reputation.
I need not pause to say how delightful it is to see you here this morning, expressing your support for what is anticipated to be a rewarding, meaningful, and a very necessary collaboration between Guinness Ghana Breweries and the DVLA. It is commendable and responsible that Guinness Ghana Breweries Limited, by this important collaboration with DVLA, is not only paying lip service, but demonstrating the company's deep commitment to responsible driving and thereby the preservation of life.
We are here today because Diageo, and in extension Guinness Ghana, believe that we should lead on ensuring a positive role for alcohol in society. And by that, we want to ensure that people enjoy alcohol responsibly.
I find this collaboration
listen to this.
I mean, why do I say that? Guinness Ghana Breweries Limited is arguably the biggest alcoholic beverage producer in the country. And they are partnering DVLA to deal with drink driving. But that goes to show that they are living with their social responsibility to the country, and they deserve a huge commendation.
So here, one of the things if you look at the last statement, Guinness Ghana Breweries, you'll not get this on a regular day. Mr. Frank Davis will not get up in his room and say, Guinness is a great company, they are living their purpose. But here is it, this is such a powerful statement and endorsement of Guinness Ghana Breweries being a great corporate citizen, right? And you do that through partnerships. You do that through proactively looking at ways to drive the reputation of your business and programs that will help impact society and the business. So the last piece when it comes to an organization interacting with the external public is protect. And here, there's a lot of value here. And you do this based on what you've done on advocate, because you build great relationships, and through the great relationships, now you have the door to have a conversation with organizations like the GRA, the Food and Drugs Authority, and all of that. This is to secure your license to operate as a business. So if you're a PR person, these are critical stakeholders for you. The Office of the President and all these guys, because they have an influence on your business. There could be a law that could shut down your business completely because it takes away your market share. It may take away the margins on your business. There could be a tax law that would probably diminish your margins from, say, 40% to, when I say margins, the profit you make by selling one product, right, after the cost and all of that. Maybe if it was 40%, that tax law could restrict it to maybe 5%. And with 5%, we can't employ everybody in the room. And that's what it really is. Your job is not going to stop government, but to find a win-win solution. And how do you do that? Proactively build a relationship with externals. And that you have a positive impact on your business and also positive impact on the society. Most of the time, even the laws that are being enacted, you were not consulted. You were not consulted in the business, right? So to get a voice into it and also to help government, because a lot of it is around, they do these policies and they do not see the unintended consequence of the policy because they are not aware of how you operate, they are not aware of your environment, and we've done a lot of that with Joyce on tax stamps and other things, right? But it's basically building relationships, building the right kind of relationships, and those relationships are going to help you. You could actually even have a tax bill. And a lot of it also goes on emotions, because, and you guys are communications people. What I speak about always is the biggest part of communication is the emotional piece. It forms like almost 60% of it. When you're in business, if you think about logic, that we always need to speak in a very logical way to make sense. But with our relationships, a lot of these things cannot be done. And it draws on communication. And based on Aristotle's theory, the whole theory around ethos, pathos, logos, pathos is the biggest one. If you are not communicating in an emotional way that appeals to your publics, you're wasting your time. And for leaders, a lot of leaders feel that, okay, GRA sent us a bill. The first thing we need to do is just write back to them, and tell them this is what we can do. But it's basically going there and having a conversation. And because you have such a great relationship as a PR person, you can help change a lot of this. And here you can measure it in so many ways. You can measure the tax, what's it called? The effect of the tax on your business. It could be X amount. But now, based on the relationship you have, and because you're able to go in and negotiate and all of that, you can reduce it to, say, 5% or whatever percent. And here you're creating value. If any PR person is working through this model of motivate, activate, protect, the real value to the business is enormous. And if you don't remember anything, go to the next slide. You should remember motivate, activate, protect. And how do you do this? You need to be a leader. A leader comes with a lot of things. You need to be a coach for your executive team. If you're sitting on your executive team, you need to be able to coach your CEO, right? Because a lot of leaders are not, they say they're emotionally intelligent, but I don't think a lot of leaders are emotionally intelligent because it's about the numbers, right? They're emotional about the numbers, not about the people. If the business is failing, he's going to lose his job. Nobody's going to sit around for him to be around warm in the chair. He's going to lose his job. But the way in which you help the leader in messaging is critical. In town halls, in employee one-on-one meetings, in focus group meetings, how the leader communicates with people changes a lot and drives motivation. I've seen it. I've worked with 2 MDs, and I've seen how one highly emotionally intelligent leader has driven results by not pushing and panicking and driving everybody crazy in the room, but actually talking to people, because he opens up and a lot of people know him. So even on the emotional intelligence piece, the comment I wanted to make there's a framework called the Johari window. You can go check it out. Developed by a guy called Joe and Harry, so they call it Johari window. It has such a funny name. And it has 4 quadrants. So the 4 quadrants in there is, the first one is you, who you are. People know who you are, so that is the first quadrant. What you know about yourself and what people know about you. The second quadrant is what you know about yourself and what other people don't know about you. The third quadrant is what other people know about you and what you don't know. And the last piece, which is the dark spot, is what you don't know and what other people don't know about you. When you get to open up at least the 3 pieces, what people don't know about you and what you know about yourself, and get to seek feedback from lower people and all of that. That's how your team and get to know them more. Once you open up, it does the relationship, because as human beings, we do have the animal brain and have the developed brain. And the animal brain, the first thing that it does is when you meet somebody and the guy is a macho man, you're like, okay, this guy can beat me, so I need to speak in a very calm way, right? That is it. But once you know the person and you know the person, you are easy to have a conversation with. So opening up as a leader helps, and we try to tell leaders to open up. It's just an example of how to coach your own leaders to be able to relate to employees and all of that. So you need to be a leader on the team. You need to be strategic. You don't go to your exec team and say, oh, I wanna go and partner DVLA. Why do you want to partner DVLA? Because they will say nice things about us. Yeah, I don't think it will cut, right? And I give a clear example about the great work, and because it's so fresh, that Newmont has done with the National Science and Maths Quiz, right? It's brilliant. I was looking at it like, this is a case study, right? They've done such great work. And I saw Abeku about, because Newmont has a diversity and inclusion. And the National Science and Maths Quiz to promote the girls to, the top performing female school in the competition, there's a prize for them. And there's a lot of context to it, because even if when you look at the competition, no female school has won the competition before. The only male school that has won the competition is Achimota. And Achimota was represented by 2 guys, right? So it clearly shows that you need to do a lot more for women. But by partnering, it may seem like, okay, they just want to partner for reputational benefit. Join now, the loyalty, they are trending. People are posting the Gehe posters that Newmont developed, but Newmont is trending with it, and it's actually speaking to the purpose of what you're doing. So being very strategic about what kind of partnership do I want to go in, how is it going to drive my reputation is critical. Measure results, everything you do. I'm sure if you're on exec team, a lot of people ask you, so what, right? You need to be able, and I spoke about even model. The first one on motivate, the employee engagement piece, partnering HR. Let your employee service be your measure. See whether you're actually driving motivation. Advocacy, you clearly reputation scores. What people say about your business, a lot of it could be media monitoring, a lot of it could be what your key stakeholders say about you. Protect it for the business based on regulatory pressures, based on the licensing, based on a lot of things. Create and market unique content. Because Newmont has partnered National Science and Maths Quiz, so next year, Nana Boachi will get up and say, I'm going to partner National Science and Maths Quiz. When it doesn't align to our purpose, it needs to be unique. You need to think about things that are very different, not what people have done. You can copy, but make it exciting. Be a creative storyteller. Especially within the business, it's all about stories. People want to connect to stories. People can relate to it better. Learn new skills. This is a big one. This is a big one. There's a book called, and that is a book I recommend for everyone, if you're a young professional, called Growth Mindset, right? Mindset by Carol Dweck. And it talks about leaders and people who are great in what they do, but because they never learned and they were at the point where they felt like they are they are at the top of their game and they couldn't learn new things, they faded away. In this era, right, if you're in PR and if you're in corporate, you're in the corporate world, maybe 10 years ago, and a customer comes to you and says that, okay, I had Malta Guinness, I'm not happy about it. It will take a while to get to the journalists, to get to the newspapers. You probably take a week, and even when the story comes out, I know a lot of people hear about it. Today, this guy doesn't sleep, Nana watches. He doesn't sleep because if somebody hears about, somebody has a bad experience with our brands, it's on social media within the next minute, right? It has changed. So if you're still working with the old school PR things of you're always sitting there to write a press release, you're not looking at new forms of media and all that kind of stuff, well, your business is going to fall apart. You have no reputation. It will be zero because the speed at which information spreads is critical. Also, even apart from crisis, when it comes to cutting through, what you do should be different. People will not read your long press release because you want to write a lot of English for people to see that you are great at writing, right? People don't read it. People don't read below the first paragraph. People read the first 40 lines, and that's what they read, the first 40 words. That's what they read. So what are you going to do? Are you going to develop video content? Are you going to use pictures? Because that's what people see. If you go on Facebook, the news, what's it called? Pictures keep rolling, videos are rolling. They ain't got time to come and read Guinness Ghana Breeze, our partner government. It may be just one picture, but it's so powerful and communicates well. You need to learn the trends. You need to build new competencies. And that is the way that you can be a great PR person and how you can leverage PR to drive value within the business. So on that note, I'll invite questions and I'll take my seat.
We'll take 3 questions. So this is number 1.
So my question to you is, what do you make of the assertion that there's an extent to which PR can go, as in terms of money, even if you're at a management level? You can do everything that you want to do to promote the institution, but if you're, let's say, CEO or the other management simply don't buy into PR, what do you do?
That's a great question, and I get that every time I speak. If you go back to the Mexican statement, and if you can bring back the Mexican statement, Nana, can you bring it back? What it says is that your role, the role of PR, first is to analyze, right? So you're analyzing critically, not just you read one newspaper and make a decision, no. Read 10, speak to people, get to know people, understand your statement, understand the issue very well, and then what do? You predict. So you're predicting what could happen. So here's what I see on Malta Guinness, right? I can give you an example. We didn't bring the picture here. So there's an example of consumer complaint on Malta Guinness, and then you have to raise an alert and say, okay, I think that let's not react now, because that's your job. Let's not react now. Let's see whether it's going to gain traction, because here's who's spreading the news and all of that. Then an influencer picks up the story. Then I say, no, we need to react now. We need to come on now. Management says don't react. For your role in there is to tell management this is what could happen. This news can get to 1 million people within the next 2 hours. And that's what we need to do. You may not be able to change that in terms of the decision of, okay, still don't react, let's wait. But you've clearly spelled out the consequences of what's going to happen. So you're analyzing, and you analyze well, and you predicted well, right? And you gave counsel. And that's what the Mexican statement says. You gave counsel of what is supposed to be done. What you find a lot is that a lot of people go into boardrooms and go to speak to their CEOs, and they go and say, I want us to do this. Why do you want us to do this? You need to go with facts. You need to go with analysis. You need to go and be predictive, give options, solutions, and all of that. But if it's not taken, people will come back to you and say, okay, well, you said it, and it happened. And I've seen that. I worked with leaders where when we started working, they thought they were like they're pro. I mean, come on, you do PR, you know? you incorporate relations. And the disadvantage we have, sadly, is that a lot of people feel that, and HR too has that, they know a lot about PR. I know communication, I can write. Who are you? Don't do this, go and sit down, don't do it. And I was working with this leader who was great, she was fantastic. And at the beginning of the journey, she wanted to do everything, right? She wanted her decisions to stand. But I gave my analysis, I gave my predictions, and I allowed her to fail. So I allowed her to fail a couple of times, and then after those double failure back to back, if anyone goes to her about an external decision, she will say, oh, go to Gabriel. That's how it works. And for every business, if they fail and they lose money, they will learn. No business will want to fail 5 times. So, but your analysis needs to be sharp, your prediction needs to be spot on. So I predicted, if you don't do it this way, this is going to happen. I said, okay, you relax, you just came here. Then she went to do it and she failed. And she failed a couple of times. So for you, your role is you are the eye of the business. Analyze, predict, counsel. And that's what you're supposed to do.
All right, so I'm here.
Good.
Knowing the bureaucratic nature in our organizations, and how you need to forward this to this person to look into it and approve it. Before it gets to the top, then it comes back to you again to actualize it.
Yeah.
Then you come to talk about we being innovative and learning because of the era we find ourselves in social media.
Yeah.
Things get on and it gets to millions of people. So as a PR, someone has tagged my company on Facebook. I need to put up something. Chain of command. Do I still go through that chain of command, knowing that I have the account on my phone, that I can scribble something and quickly put it there? How do you work towards the chain of command and then reacting quickly to save the image of your company?
So what I would say is, if your chain of command, your current procedure does not respond to such situations, then it's an outmoded procedure. So you need to build a procedure that responds to the current needs. That's why every policy needs to be reviewed, right? So if you have a social media crisis management plan and it says that, okay, when somebody puts up a post, we're going to react in 5 hours, then it's not relevant to our current context, right? We have reviewed it, and we need to continuously review your crisis management approach. It could be just a conference call with you, legal director, MD, and if you have a quorum, you guys decide, you can actually look at a statement and react. I give an example. There was a fire at Unilever. At the time, I was with the MD, we were in Accra, and the fire was at the factory in Tema. And we had to make a decision, right? All we had to do was do a conference call whilst I was driving to Tema. And when I got to Tema, the media was there already. It was already on Facebook. It was live. They were talking about it. The factory is burning down. Workers will not go to the office on Monday and all of that. And we had to make a statement, an immediate statement, but it was factual. And the statement was just clear. Yes, there's a fire. We cannot account for the bodies. We are working with the fire service. We cannot say anything now, but yes, there's a fire. And that's what the media needed a response at the time. And we gave that response. Right? So then so the answer to your question is look at your current procedures you have in the business and look at how it can respond to the new environment and the new context of things.
What sometimes we fail to do as PR people is to have a backup plan. You know, sometimes when something is going wrong and you're suggesting, people will say, this is not the time to react. But usually when it gets messy, it comes back to your table and you may not have enough time to collect yourself. So what I would advise is, even when you're suggesting and they're not taking it, still have your backup plan, because in the end, when it gets messy, it becomes your responsibility to clean up. So if you have that backup plan and your prediction was right and your analysis was right, your backup plan will help solve the mess when it becomes messier. So always have a backup plan, even if they don't take your advice, just have it in your pocket.
Absolutely.
The first one is for our PR students. I realized that the books that we usually study for our practice are a bit foreign. So the Philip Kitchens and the others. But then there's no real local. In fact, we aspire to reach the global heights with our practice. But then when you're studying it locally and making it relevant to the practice in Ghana, I'd like to know if you have any suggestions on resources we should be looking at, and then what we can do for our students typically. Secondly, there's a general pushback from the media towards us PR practitioners with relation to information we put out there. It doesn't matter what you're putting out there. Once they see the name of the company, they think it's a commercial story, and so you either pay for it or you need to do something extra for it. Unless, of course, it's bad news like the fire that they'll be after you. What are some of the ways we can employ to enrich our relationship with the media, therefore having them to put our stories? Thank you.
Okay. Two good questions. First one, I'll touch on how do you build media relations. And I use my experience at Unilever, like to make it real. What I did was to proactively build a relationship with the media houses, right? I had a great relationship with the editors, and I had a great relationship with specific journalists who wanted to cover specific stories. So we were big on water, we were big on cleanliness, health, because we're driving a big advocacy on Lifebuoy, wash your hands, and all of that. By building those relationships with the editors and also with those health journalists, I was able to get through a lot of stories. Not paid media, double page stories. It has to be proactive, and it has to be aligned to the guy's purpose. We did a story BBC for nothing, zero. And it's a BBC story. You pay a lot of money for that. So proactively building relationship, and it all comes down, like I said, it's all emotion. It's an emotional game, and she said it's a manipulative game. Yeah, because I wanted the story to be published, and it came down the line. It wasn't even planned, but because I had great relationships with them, and I said, "Oh, this is what we wanted," and they said, "Well, we fully aligned to that cause. We want stories around that, and we're able to publish those stories." So it's all not commercial. It's the relationship you build. The next piece around what we learn in Ghana and what is external is, I think for me, I came from, my first degree is land economy, right? I came from that background. I didn't go to Imperial School, I didn't go to JIG. But self-learning is the best way to improve. And I've learned a lot by myself, than learning a lot from my formal education. One of the great books I say you should read is Compelling People. They are the guys who, it's called Compelling People. They are the guys on communications. They are the guys who wrote Obama's speeches during the 1998 elections and all of that. Two great guys. And they talk about how to get people to connect to you, how to get people to listen to you. And I think some of our panelists spoke about it, and it's also got to do with emotions. And that great book talks about, in the American setting, if you're black and you're a leader, how people will perceive you. If you're white and you're a leader, so the things you need to do to get people to connect to you. And there's a lot of techniques in that book, right? There's another book called The Language of Leadership. Language of Leadership is by Michael Lancaster. And he delves deep into ethos, pathos, logos, and why communication is, why emotions is the biggest part of communications, and how you need to, how you can coach leaders to speak in a more compelling way. Those are just some of the two great books I've read, but there are a lot of literature out there that we should go find and not just depend on what we learned in school. Like I said, that the media is changing rapidly. We've seen a lot of change. Even when you look at social media, there's a lot of people say people are moving from Facebook, but still Facebook is the #1 place for news and information, but there's a big shift to Instagram. So if you're sitting on Facebook writing long posts and people are liking it, the people are moving to Instagram. You need to start putting out pictures and posters and all of that. Your PR school will not teach you that, right? GIJ won't tell you that. Maybe they've updated the curriculum, but it wouldn't be relevant. You know, what you learned will not be relevant to what is happening now. So learning is so critical. And I said, read the book called Mindset. It's called Mindset, The New Psychology of Leadership. It's a great book. It talks about continuous learning, and that is the only way to stay relevant in this game. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If there is anything I have picked, is the map. The map. And of course, we all use Google Maps anytime we are trying to get anywhere. So you have to be what? You have to motivate, you have to do what? Advocate, and then you have to do what? Exactly. And if we are doing this next year by this time, we all have big promotions like Gabriel. So it is now time for us to interact with ourselves and also have something to cool our bodies. And gentlemen, for holding up and coming back, not on time, but I'm glad you're here. I believe we are all enjoying ourselves, are we? Are we? Okay, so we are learning, we are leading, we are inspiring, we are networking, we are understanding what it means to be a truly strategic PR personnel. On our program, our next speaker, who will be our third speaker, is Clarence Amoatey, and he's a general manager for Touchpoint Magna Carta. On normal circumstances, I should hate him, but I love him. Why? He competed with me on a certain competition, which I thought I was going to win, and I knew it that if he wasn't there, I would have won. But anyway, I was emotionally intelligent, and I congratulated him. So Clarence, who is he? He has over a decade's experience in the communication industry, media planning, PR strategy, branding, and event management. He brings on board a wealth of experience accrued from the various managerial positions he's held within the continent. He has served as Managing Director of Wavelength Services and Head of PR, Event and Media at Originate, Saatchi & Saatchi. And he played consultant's role in Solcom Publicis Nigeria and Starcom Media Vest in Dubai. Having worked with international brands such as L'Oreal, MTN, Coca-Cola, and Emirates, Clarence claims the craftsman's know-how when it comes to drawing up groundbreaking communication strategies for clients such as MTN, L'Oreal, Emirates, Car Powership, GCB Bank, Talo Ghana Limited. So please join me in welcoming Clarence Amoatey, General Manager of Touchpoint Magna Carta. And he's coming to take us through the topic, building your knowledge and confidence as a strategic advisor. Please clap for him as he comes on stage.
Thank you. Hello. The most difficult job is to speak after a coffee break. People are still chewing. Those who didn't get the coffee are still angry. But as I said, this is my year of elevation. Please, I'm a pastor. Because last year I was a panelist, and this year I've been elevated to be a speaker. Next year, I'll serve the coffee. So let me test the clicker. Okay. Building knowledge and confidence as a strategic advisor. A few months back, this is how my day started. I had to go and meet one lady called Sandra Amakwe. She's sitting at the back. She's my client, Car Power. Had to do my monthly meeting with her. 9 to 10. 10:30 to 11:30, I had a meeting with Jifa Bampo, Tallow Oil. 12 to 2, I had to go and see Gina Fiagbenu, MTN. And 4 to 5, I had a meeting with Kwabna Oponkruma Betway. These are people from different industries. And anybody at every office, you have to appear very, very intelligent. Not intelligent, you have to appear intelligent. So you have to kind of understand the industry they work in. You have to contribute to the meeting. You can't go and sit down and be a zombie. You have to contribute. So as a strategic advisor, our jobs are very, very difficult. We're jack of all trades. I don't know if we're a master of all, but we're jack of all. You have to have an idea of everything. So for me, today, I know about the Carta power ship. I know how many kilowatts of electricity it gives. I know when it's producing at its maximum effect. I know about the drilling for tallow. I understand MTN mobile money. I do 4G. I mean, because I was forced to learn, because I go to these clients daily. So, the theme for this is collaborate, lead, and inspire. So on that note, we're going to collaborate. I'll try to lead you and inspire. I might get killed for this, but I'll do it. I'm calling my former boss and colleague, Baaba, to come and take a seat here. Please go back. Back. Yes, sit. So, Baaba, we're going to have a conversation about the Black Stars. And our chances in the next round. How do you see our chances?
This is so unfair. Okay, so since 2008, Clarence, look at me. I just kind of, I was too heartbroken, after was it 2010 rather? No, 2010. South Africa, yeah. I was very heartbroken. So I'm not really particularly excited about the Black Stars. But the last game with Guinea-Bissau, and I hope I'm getting it right, it went very well. So I'm hoping that we would make the finals this time. Thank you.
So who scored the goals for us?
Jordan Ayew. And somebody else.
Baaba, thank you very much. Thank you. It takes me to my next slide, which says, lack of knowledge can put a pin in your confidence. Baaba is one of the most confident people I've ever seen. I mean, very competitive. When she knows her stuff, she brings it out. But you see her, she didn't know the subject area, so she was fumbling. So in order to be confident in everything, you have to be knowledgeable in everything you do. So I say, I feel good. I wish I could shake my waist. I want to give somebody $100. Okay. So all those of you, please, this is the time you take out your phones. And yeah. If your data is not working, please, by kind courtesy of my client, MTN TurboNet. We've given a TurboNet. The name is Huawei 2.45. This is the Wi-Fi passcode. If you don't want to use your data. If you want to use your data, please use it for the $100. The passcode is all in caps, M for Michael, R for rubbish, Q for Quay, Y for Yankee, figure 6, E for elephant, J for Jaguar, figure 3, figure 1, figure 2, figure 1. Ready? Ready for the exercise? Oh, so you don't want to use your data. You complain that Samajan is spoiling penalties. Connected. Is the TurboNet on? You should join. Don't disgrace my clients, please. Connected. Thank you. You are a brand ambassador. So we go to the exercise. There's something on the TV. So please go to gap gapminder.org. Guys, you have to press something on the TV. Gapminder.org. And please go to take the Gapminder test. Anybody there? So I get to keep my $100. Oh, when you get 100, you get $100. Okay, the highest. So now the highest is 31%. Pardon? You had what? 33. 23, and you shout 23. Please don't do it again. So it just shows how we take a lot of things on the face value and we don't actually go back to it. But congratulations to the gang of 4, 31%. 46, 54, 69. Joyce, please, I'm interested in the 70 and the 56. Please verify for me. You got 4 correct. 4 out of 13. And you are sitting in front of the class. So it just shows how we take a lot of things on face value. We don't read, hear, say, and we think it's gospel. But as PR people, and as Gabriel said, and as Adiki would say when she comes on, you need to read to generate facts. Everything we do is facts, then you analyze them. But if you don't have the facts, you can never analyze. So all your findings, all your outputs will be based on hearsay. And the beginning of that is knowledge, is gaining knowledge. So thank you for giving me my $100. This economy, I needed it. So building on your knowledge is learning something every day. When Naa Ashorkor was speaking, she asked, how many of you went to GIJ? And I said a lot. Let me ask her, how many of you went to GIJ? Oh. Oh, now the numbers have reduced. I won't call you. How many of you went to GIJ? AUCC? JE? JE1. School of Communication Studies? Okay. Let me ask you, when you were in school, did they teach you about the big data, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things? Were you taught, was it in your syllabus? So that's it. I mean, if you don't learn something every day, you'll be left behind because the world is changing very, very, very fast. And you shouldn't wait for somebody to teach you. You need to make it a point to learn on your own every day. So learn something new every day on your own. Then I say, stop and observe. So observe your surroundings. When you walk into a meeting, observe the place you're having the meeting. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Don't be in a hurry to just take down notes. You're not a clerk. You're not a secretary. Just to write notes. I'm going to do press release. I'm sending contact report. That's not our work as communication experts. Our work is actually more than that. It's a lot of analyzing. It's a lot of deep thinking. It's a lot of destiny-changing things that we do. So you need to stop and observe. A few years ago, when I started work at Originate Saatchi & Saatchi, I was dropped in the middle of the ocean. My boss had resigned, and at that time he was the one handling the Emirates account. So I was supposed to go and sit in his last meeting. I went to sit in the meeting, and the meeting started. So KGF, when are we doing it? And DFS and EK is landing at this time, and ETA for EK, and it was all alphabet. I was lost. So at the end of the meeting, they asked me, do I have any comments? I almost said A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Because what were you talking about? But for the next 6 months, I went to the airport every day. until today, I know what time every flight lands, every flight takes off. I've become interested in the aviation industry. I know the process they need to take to get a license to land in. I've gone all the way to the tower to see how the control tower works and all. It's because nobody was willing to teach me, and I had to stop and observe and realize that if I don't learn this thing, I'll come to this meeting and they'll be doing KGF, and KGF simply means kids go free. It's like, so just say kids go free and let's go and see DSA Dubai Shopping Festival, ET, Ethiopian Airlines, EK, Emirates, KQ, Kenya Airways. I mean, it was on and on and on. And gradually, I picked up. I mean, one client I always say I miss is Emirates because we're treated like staff. So we also got some of the free tickets to travel around. But we lost it to Akosia, and she's also left it. So we are going back for our thing. I said, read books, not Facebook posts. Books. Listen to audiobooks. Listen to podcasts. Listen to music, not Scapatomana. You won't get anything from that song. But music teaches us a lot. I mean, when you're driving to work, there's so much traffic we're in nowadays, and there's so much noise on the airwaves. Please, now everybody's phone is a smartphone. Just download, let me give it, BBC documentaries, podcast, and just listen to it. You can listen to 2 before you get to the office. On your way back 2, you'd have gotten 4 new things you didn't know before. So do the podcast, do the audiobooks. There are a lot of audiobooks. And do the regular books in your free time. And that's where you gain knowledge from. And music, on the lighter note, I was having an argument with a friend about Daddy Lumba and Kojo Entry, who was the greatest of all times. And this guy is a very thick Ashanti Prempeh College boy. So you know they are not good with the National Science and Maths quiz, but they are good with other things. And he goes and he says, no biwa Kojo Entry nyumbe na ode be cheche wa ore. Daddy Lumba. I was like, but when you listen to Daddy Lumba songs, there are a lot of advice. When you listen to Kojo Entry songs, there are a lot. I mean, you can pick a lot. Kwabna, yeah. But when you want to not to think, you can listen to Pa to Pa. Next slide. So I said books I have read this year, and it's already half the year. Well, my favorite is Sam Okujeto. I think you should read it. And these are autobiographies, apart from the Circles by Boacha Glover. The rest are autobiographies. And as PR people, it's about storytelling. It's about how we tell our stories. So when you have the interest in reading other people's autobiography, it shapes your conversations for the future. Next slide. Must read this year for me, and I think you should. I mean, the one I want to get, and I want my brother Kwame Jan to also get, is Narconomics. It's about a drug cartel and how they handle their PR. I mean, who would think that a drug cartel would take their PR seriously? I mean, lead with a story, the psychology of influence, of persuasion. So the books Gabby gave you, please, you can add this to them. It's an interesting read, and you would thank me for it. Please, those of you who are waiting for us to buy it and borrow, we've stopped that thing in 2018. Next slide. Store a lot of useless information in your head, but know when to release it. The fact that we've gathered a lot of knowledge because we've read doesn't mean that at every sitting, you need to bring it out. There's some information that is very useless, but the day its use will come, it's coming, so keep it. So know when to bring certain information out. A few weeks ago, I was sitting with a friend, and he brought one guy, and he said he was a whiskey connoisseur, that's what they call them. He goes around to taste whiskey. Hey. And the guy started talking about how Blue Label wasn't the best whiskey, and he would prefer Glenfiddich to Blue Label. Like, eh? Do you know how long it takes me to afford one Blue Label? And he went on and on and on. Look, I was lost in the conversation. When I left there, I called my friend at a bookshop at the Melcom at Smintex, and I said, do you have this book, any book on whiskey? And I got this. I'm meeting the guy next week, Friday. We will have a conversation. Now I'm ready for him. We will have a very good conversation. One of my clients is a new CEO of one of my biggest clients, actually. And he saw me, we got talking. He said, oh, he said something about shoes and how he likes shoes. And it's like, for me, there, once it fits my leg, I'm gone. But I realized that, to have an informal conversation with this guy, what he likes is shoes. I went to buy a guide to shoes. I'm waiting for the next meeting. I'll tell him the length of the heel, and you don't know. So you need to store a lot of useless information and know when to use it. Build relationships. I said key and padlock relationships. So I was just telling Josephine, around 11 p.m. 2 years ago, my phone rang, and it was from my biggest client. 11 p.m. So I picked up, and normally when it happens, first place you go is social media to see if there's any crisis that you haven't realized, you the agency. And the first question, hi Clarence, how are you? I said, fine. My mother just passed. I said, oh, sorry. Please, do you have the number to the Mochimana Lashibi funeral home? So I said, pardon? I said, do you have the number to the Mochriman at Lashibu funeral home? I said, no, please. And you could hear the disappointment in her voice. Oh. So now I have the number, please. Anybody? So, we need to keep relationship. Key and padlock. You never know when the padlock ones will become necessary. But as PR people, you realize that as communications people, anytime there's something that they need, they don't go to the finance guys, they come to you. Because that's when they realize that you hold the relationship. And if you don't have it, they will be surprised. I even have the guys who sleep on the Circle Trotro station. Whenever we need hard labor to do something for any of our clients or something, we call them and they come. And you should hear how they pronounce my name, Mr. Krem. And I said, it's the only C-suited position that is amiable. Today, you can be in a suit. Tomorrow, you'll be in a shorts at the car wash. You need to be flexible like that. If you can't be flexible, please, this profession is not for you. Next slide. Get out of your comfort zone. The couch is not like pay TV. You don't pay for not using it. I know nowadays the story is I'm getting old and my children, and please, you not gain any knowledge by staying at home. Do things differently. Yesterday, for once, I knew I had this morning, but I went to hang out with my friends, and they said we should go to Sierra Leone. Was it? Sierra Leone. And I asked, where was it? And these guys don't live in this country, but they've come and they know where it is. So I follow them there, and the concept is interesting. It's an open space with music and chairs. You pay 20 cedis, you enter, and can bring your food and drinks. It's like a nightclub, but you are going with your own drinks. And the crowd that was there, and I was like, oh, I haven't realized that this is what happens. But I mean, automatically standing there and nodding my head, because I'm not a good dancer, I was thinking of how we can activate some Momo activations here, something for our clients. It's because I left my comfort zone and I went out, and I got to know a new place. And the way our industry keeps changing, you always need to come out of your comfort zone. It's good to do the greater works till August, but after the greater works, please come out and let's do this. Come out and let's do great works. Next slide. Knowledge is the product and confidence is the method of delivery. So without knowledge, there's no confidence. Next slide. I'm running behind time. Building confidence, believe in yourself, adopt a positive attitude, eschewed positive body language, face your fears, keep positive company, prepare for success, and achieve your confidence. Next slide. Getting it right. I said in communication, credibility is key. Credibility is key. If you've lost your credibility, please look for your next career opportunities, because nobody would listen to you. You must be abreast with times to understand what the business needs, knowledgeable on current trends, and stay relevant in the industry. So if you don't understand big data, you don't understand Internet of Things, you don't understand artificial intelligence, you're costing your business money. Equipped with market understanding, well-versed in your client's business to demonstrate confidence and competence. Next slide. The more you build your knowledge, the more you build your confidence. Next slide. Use the knowledge you gain, because if you don't, we'll still think you are ... Next slide. That's my time. Thank you very much.
PR gurus, what are some of the professional organizations we should join to deepen our knowledge in the industry?
Okay, I don't know about the PR guru part, but I know the IPR is one you should join for sure, and you should take the accreditation courses because they help you build yourself. I know you should join the Women in PR because I've been paid to say that. No, I know you should join the Women in PR because they organize sessions like this to gain your knowledge. And then there's the CIPR UK, and that is a lot of learnings on that front. And self-learning is the way to go. Self-learning is the way to go.
Okay. Is there any? Okay.
Please, is there a difficult question?
Okay.
As you have practiced and handling brands,
yeah,
has there been a time where you have found some sort of conflict, unintended conflict with your client, probably client A, client B, after analyzing their profile, but going forward, there's been some remodification of their products or services, and then the conflict comes in? Any point in time in your job, and how did you handle it, please?
Question is not too clear.
Now, client A.
Yeah.
You have analyzed the profile of the individual, what they do, services and products.
Yeah.
Client B, you have analyzed them. Mm-hmm. Along the line, there's been some remodification where client B's services more or less mimics that of client B. How did you deal with that?
I haven't been in that situation before, but I was close in getting one, and I'm sure I can disclose. So I work for MTN, they're my clients. And I was called to pitch for Blue Telecom at that time. And at that time, they were giving out the 4G licenses. So they had just announced those who had the licenses, but they hadn't started. So we went through the pitch. Just when we were about to go for the second phase, we wrote to my client, MTN, because we realized they were also coming to launch a 4G, and it was going to. And MTN said, "You dare not." And I dared not. I didn't proceed with the other ones because ethically, we're not allowed to handle two competing brands. Per the AAG and the IPR rules, we are not allowed to handle competing brands. So ethically, it's wrong. Thank you very much, and that's my time.
Thank you so much, Clarence. I hope we are enjoying ourselves, we are learning, we are networking, we are being inspired, and we are collaborating. So usually, when you go for a function, you will serve all the best meats from the beginning, right? Then at the end, when, people are leaving, then whatever is left, people will eat it. But at this moment, we've saved the best for the last. So if you've been enjoying yourself all this while, then it means that even what is coming is even better. Okay, so are you with me? Now I want you to go back onto your social media space again. Have you learned anything at all from what Clarence said, his presentation? Have you learned anything? I would like you to write it down, not in your notebook actually, on Facebook, and please tag WIPR Ghana Summit 2019. On Instagram, please take a very beautiful picture, maybe with Clarence or something Clarence has said that you took a picture of, and it's at Women in PR Ghana. On this note, we will have our last speaker, and before we do that, I would like to acknowledge Go Live. So Go Live all this while had been screening what we've been doing here. Streaming, yes, right. Streaming what we've been doing here live on Facebook, and we want to say thank you so much for the good job you're doing. Now we'll have Adiki to take us through the last session of our day today. And who is Adiki? And I know that when it comes to PR, corporate relations, Adiki is a benchmark. You want to be where Adiki is. So Adiki is the Sustainability and External Relations Vice President, yes, for Newmont Goldcorp Africa. And as we speak, she previously served as Senior Director of Communication and External Relations of the company. She has more than 22 years combined experience in sustainability, public relations, and journalism fields. Yes. Prior to joining Newmont Goldcorp, she served as a communications manager for SGSSB Limited, the Ghanaian subsidiary of the major French and financial institution, Société Générale. She has also worked for the Volta River Authority, an energy utility company, and was previously senior journalist and news editor with the Public Agenda newspaper. Adiki is a member of the Public Relations Society of America and the Institute of Public Relations Ghana. So with a very big round of applause, please let's welcome Adiki Ayitevie. And she will take us through the subject, the power of collaborative leadership. Thank you.
Thanks. So, do you have it? Okay. So I'm going to talk about the power of collaborative leadership. And I believe that all that you've heard this morning culminates in becoming a collaborative leader. And so as we're going through, what I'll do is that I'll weave some of the things that I heard today so you can make the link with what I'm talking about. So Let's see, does it work? Fantastic. Okay, so hello once again. You can see that I'm Adiki Ofeibea Ayitevie, and I like my Ofeibea because people always think about Adiki, and I'm Adiki or Ayitevie. And I was here last year, so if I say hello once again, this is my second time. And Faith and team, thank you very much for the trust and confidence you have in me when I'm wondering myself, what are these people saying? But anyway, thank you. So why am I here? I think my team will tell you that I like sharing knowledge, probably sometimes to the annoyance. It's like every little thing I'm sending to them. Oh, have you read this? Review this. I'm thinking. Then the next day, so what did you think about this? I look and say, oh, sorry, I haven't looked at that. I say, team, you want to progress? Please read. And I also like learning. You know, knowledge doesn't sit in one person's head, and that is what collaboration is about. If you think that you know it all, then please, you are in trouble. So this is the quote I have for you. If you want to go fast, you can go it alone. But if you want to go far, then you need to work together with people. And so Faith asks that one of the reasons why she wants me to speak is to speak about how I've progressed my career. So having progressed my career thinking that I can do it alone, I have a great team. My acting senior communication director, senior director of communication external relations, Agbeku-Azuma. Please, let's give him a wave. This is one of my benchman, so he knows anytime I'm in trouble, I'm going to call him and say, Agbeku, what do you think? And then I have Honorable Samuel Osei right behind me. So Samuel is my voice and my conscience, right? And she tell me, Adiki, I think you have to go and do this. I said, oh, I'm tired, I don't want to say. You have to share the knowledge, so thanks for being my conscience. And I have Abigail Clegg. Where's Abigail? I see that Abigail is putting our social media to the next level. So where's Abigail? Thanks. So I used to complain, I said, oh, we are not seeing any engagements in us. And these days, me myself, the way the social media platform is going, I've checked it out. You know, I'm seeing quizzes, I'm seeing them doing presentations. So shout out to a great team. Without my team, I can't make it. So that's what collaboration is all about. It's about teamwork. So it's not about me alone standing here and saying I'm Adiki and whatever I've achieved in my career, it's by my might and my strength. It's with the support of my team, and the support of my family, and the support of the networks that we have. So you heard Clarence talking about, learning and acquiring knowledge that sometimes you think is useless. And why do you need that kind of knowledge? You meet people, and you need to converse with people, and sometimes you want to, and I've seen people meet me, and I know sometimes they want to chat with me, then they are thinking about what introduction do they use to connect with me. And that's what Clarence is talking about. So if you don't know about me, you don't have all that useless information. At that point, I thought it was useless, but you meet Adiki, I said, oh, okay, now I've got some useless information I think she likes. So now I use that to connect with her. So that's how it works. Okay. So I think Clarence spoke about being a strategic communications practitioner, right? And we've heard about emotional intelligence, and I like to call it EQ. I know some people say EI, but I like EQ. Okay. Then we've heard about entrepreneurship and how you can link that to PR management. And entrepreneurship is all about risk-taking, right? Coming up with new ideas and bringing that onto the market. And if you're a communication practitioner and you do not take a risk, so new ideas have come. Clarence is talking about artificial intelligence, AI. He's talking about big data. He's talking about IoT, Internet of Things, and you don't understand all that and how you can apply it in your media world, then trust me, you'll be struggling to progress your career. So they may seem things that are not relevant, but you can think about it. And my famous thing that someone knows I'm going to talk about, he knows I always like referring to that, is how I got into social media. So I remember the first times my team and I spoke, I said, oh, Adiki, I think we need to start thinking about social. And I'm thinking, oh gosh, the social media. I've been on it since 2011. I don't even have a clue. Okay, I go there, I kind of once in a while you post something, I'm thinking, what's all this about? So how do you do this? I said, it's too much wahala. So when someone came and said, okay, Adiki, we need to move to social media, I'm thinking, okay, I'm the head of the team, right, the function. And I cannot lead my team if I don't understand. So the team said, okay, I said, okay, we'll go social media. But I needed to educate myself. So I had to go back to school again to learn about social media, and that's where that communication value proposition. So what are you bringing to the table every time as a communications professional? What are you bringing? I mean, there are several things I'm just going to talk on a few and link it to what we spoke about. So one, every company cares about employee performance and employee engagement. Why? You want people to give their best. You want employees to come to work before 8 o'clock, right? You don't want to stay in traffic till it's 9 and can't say there was traffic. So you want them to leave home at 5, like how I'm now a highly engaged employee, that 4:30 I'm up. You want to be like you wake up early, beat the traffic and get to work early, and then put in some extra work. And then you don't want to, I always tell people that if you want to read PR and think PR is from 8 to 5, then you're in the wrong profession. As I'm sitting here today, Agbeko was telling me, well, we have a crisis on our hands that we are working on, and he's telling me, oh, we need to review a media statement. I'm sitting right here, so we quickly stepped that. I reviewed it, and I said, okay, once we're done, we need to quickly go out and update the media statement. So you're always working. I traveled, I've had just 1.5 hours of sleep. But that's the profession, right? I've been invited. I can't say, well, I'm tired. So you're thinking about that. You're thinking about boosting that engagement. You boost that engagement when you, as the communications person, know how to bring people to the table, make them feel part of the company, and make them feel the company cares about them. And so if you care about somebody, you're willing to put in your best. If you don't care about somebody, would you do that? You'd probably be sitting in the office and doing Instagram, checking Facebook, tweeting. So that becomes critical. And you, as communication professionals, we know that we're working in companies. Companies have their objectives. They have the strategy that they want to roll out. We heard Gabriel talk about the companies there to make money. So if you're there, how are you creating value for that company? It's understanding the work that your employees do, and how do you align that with the company's strategy? So how do you help your employees to understand, or your team, or the bigger business, understand the strategy? Because if I'm working in a company, I don't know where the company is going. How do I align my efforts with that? It's also then about understanding that, okay, I'm here, what does my work do? So I always tell my team that, so even if we are communicating, how do we get the person who is cleaning the floor to understand how that cleaning of the floor contributes to the broader picture? So let's look at this hotel. I'm sure they have cleaners. And probably the cleaner may, I'm not saying that's what happened, may come to work and thinking, oh, but the person doesn't understand that if I am a customer and I come in here and the place is dirty, or I go to the washroom and the washroom is bad, the next time, how many of us have gone to hotels that we vowed never to go to because we went to the washroom and it was? So that employee who is mopping the floors, cleaning the toilet, does he understand how his cleaning ties into this hotel making more money? Because if he doesn't clean well, people don't come, then the hotel is losing money. So how do we align the person writes a bottle? So I tell people that all of us, we're all leaders. So I heard somebody saying that, oh, not everybody's a leader. I beg to differ. Not everybody's a manager, but we are all leaders. So in your area, you remember Abeko was talking about, in Newmont, we have a performance when we talk about the leadership pipeline. It doesn't matter. So we have the one who's the individual contributor. He's not a manager. But that's where he's also a leader within the organization. So what are the things that he does that helps the company achieve its goals? So that's something that we need to think about. But there's something that I wanted to point to, which is this: enable cross-functional collaboration and best practice sharing. We are here talking about collaborative leadership. How are we aligning people to do this? So you're going to work with different people. I mean, we all work in offices. We had Gabriel talk about HR. I'm sure you work with HR. You also probably work with HR, right? And we all know that HR thinks that since they handle employees, they can do communication. That beyond HR, there are all the other functions who think that they know what PR is, and they know how to write, and they know how to communicate. So they're going outside. They're not going to ask you, oh, I'm going there, what should I be talking about? They say that they do their own work and they think that, oh, we've got it. But we have to help people to collaborate across. So HR has an issue. An employee has taken the company to court. Is it only HR and legal's work? Why do you think it's not only their work?
It's not only their work because this disgruntled employee gets to social media that is one reputation risk down the line.
Yeah, so then it's important that we collaborate. And if you haven't built a relationship, that's where Clarence was talking about. You don't have the relationship. And I think Gabriel spoke about that. You don't have the relationship. How do you?
It's even personal relationships. So if you don't have the relationship, this is really where you would have to quickly establish some kind of a rapport and manage the situation, leveraging into other external relationships that can be applied to the case. But I think organically, because we collaborate with HR in employee engagement, at least from my experience, there's always that personal rapport that we build with people internally, with the internal stakeholders, that we're able to tap into. And when it escalates, you have to tap externally.
Yeah, so thanks, Amma. So we've heard how it works, but it's also how do we empower people. So we are working with other people. I mean, you have to develop your media statement, your holding statement. If you haven't built that relationship with the other person where it's happened, so let's say we spoke about Carta. Is Carta here, my dear friend from Carta? So we spoke about that, and you have a power emergency. So I like using you. You have a power emergency. You don't have the relationship with the generating department, and they've had a crisis. Now you have to develop the media statement or holding statement. How are you going to go to that person and get information? The person is holding information to the chest, information that you need to put out in the public to help the company. So those things, that is also important. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was also about the leadership effectiveness. We talk about the improved leader to stakeholder communications. It's all back again, it's that collaborative effort, bringing people together and working with them. So for this slide, those are the major things I'm going to talk about. But if you look across, you can see as communication professional, our value comes for boosting employee performance, enabling leader effectiveness, reducing organizational risk exposure, and differentiating our company from competitors. So we may work in the same industry. So I know Amma and Gabriel used to be in the same food and beverage industry. They are friends, they know each other, but they are competitors. And they need to differentiate so that they buy their products and not the Nestle products. Or the Nestle person wants... or they buy Unilever and they don't buy Nestle, right? So how do we differentiate? So those are the things that we need to talk about. So if we're going to we look at our value proposition, the fact that we can boost employee performance, enable leadership effectiveness, reduce organizational risk exposure, and differentiate our company from our protection, then what are the things that we need? And that's where we come to collaborative leadership. So I put the collaboration, and you see the way I spelt it. It's important to me because my fundamental is English. You heard Gabriel say that he was a land economist, right? I studied English. I majored in English. I'm passionate about English. So it's collaborate, not collaborate, please. So we're going to, so when we collaborate, and it's important to be when we collaborate, so let's have some fun. When you collaborate, what value does it bring you? Or you've been saying collaborate, right? You guys have been saying collaborate. Please, 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 please. Don't disappoint. And when we are standing in front of the media, we are talking, say, and to collaborate, it's important, you know. It adds some business and it puts you at the forefront, right? And look and say, oh, the way this person is speaking, the person knows what they're talking about. You probably don't even know what you're doing. So I picked up a couple of, definitions around collaboration, right? So we talk about the joint effort of multiple individuals or work group to accomplish a task or project. So it's talking about it's not only you. You cannot achieve your communication work, all these things I've spoken about, you cannot achieve it if you do not bring a team together. Because people have different ideas, people know different perspectives of the issue, and they are bringing all those perspectives together for you to develop your communication strategy and plan. So we need that joint effort. And then you're thinking about 2 or more people working towards shared goals. So if our goal now is to improve the reputation of our organization, I can't do it alone. I need Agbeko, I need Samuel, I need Abigail. We need to turn from communication. We need to go to HR. We need to go to security. We need to go to operations people. We need to go to supply chain. Because if you're going to give somebody a contract to come and work with us and we don't have that collaboration, you go to supply chain and supply chains takes forever to put together your contract and your businesses, and I think people know what I'm talking about. So we need to collaborate. You get a beat, Mr. Osei? Got to think about that. And then the other thing is collaboration is working to collaboration involving individuals working together for the common purpose of achieving business objectives. And that's where I want to hinge mine. So we are communication professional. And Faith says, I should tell you how have I progressed my career, so that we can think about it from a professional point and from a personal point. It's about always making sure that I'm bringing different people who have different perspectives, bringing them together so we all work towards achieving one purpose, which is the company's objective. At the end of the day, that's my fundamental reason why I've been employed. I've not been employed there because, I'm wearing this high heel. That's not the reason why. Or because I've colored my hair and my hair is short. They think, oh, this lady looks funky. That's not it. Probably that's maybe putting people off and thinking, who wants a PR practitioner with this funky hair? So I need to bring something different to the table for people to look beyond the funky hair, right, to what I deliver. So that's important. Because I remember my mother telling me that, why do you like coloring your hair? You're a manager on color needs to. And I said, it doesn't matter about me. Manager, your pedal color needs to know it different. So that's something you need to think about. But it's always bringing people together. You're going to get people with different perspectives. We need to bring them all together, align with them, work with them as a team to deliver the company's objectives and strategy, right? So think about, when we think about collaboration, let's always talk about, it's not only about you. So don't always think that. So I always tell my team, knowledge doesn't sit alone in my head. So if we put work out there, tell me what your thoughts are. Let's think about it in peace, because I may have a certain perspective, but you will come with a certain angle I probably haven't even thought about. So you bring that angle to the table, then I can use that angle, combine it with mine, and then it helps us, we probably maybe like 10 people. So sometimes they may say that I'd like to probably share because I like everybody, but when I get everybody aligned, it's easier for me to push the agenda through than when it's only me, only 2 people. So sometimes it takes a lot more effort. You need to bring more people, collaborate with more people, but at the end of the day, when you gain people's buy-in, then they are willing to support your work. So I know some of you may think about why, my company, when I put out communications, I come with this idea, nobody wants to take it. The first thing, have you built those relationships? Have you learned how to build a relationship? Going to Clarice's point about knowing what they care about and starting building that relationship from where they care about. So sometimes you come and talk about their daughter or their boyfriend or their girlfriend or that's, other person who's giving them wahala. It has nothing to do with the work. But build that emotional connection. And once they think that you care about them, next time when you come to them with your problem, trust me, when originally they would have said no, this time they'll be willing to listen and then willing to work with you. So now I'm going to talk a bit about dissecting collaboration. So we've spoken about people. It's always teamwork. So as a manager, it's not, or as a leader, it's not, as a communications professional, it's not only about you. Joyce, right? It's not only about you. You're thinking about the different people that you need to work with. So that's important. Then think about the processes. So what processes are you using? So if you're going to collaborate, what are the processes? Do we have a formal system in place? Do we know who's going to do what? Do we know the deliverables, the timing? So let's think about that. So let's have processes in place. And then there always has to be a purpose for the collaboration. We are not collaborating because I like you or because we all share the same hairdresser and we all go to the same person who does the same. The new weave on, how do they call that one that is like a net? The new weave on that they put on. Oh, thank you, front eye. So you see how outmoded I am. It's not because we all go to the same hairdresser for the frontal wig. It's because we are working towards a certain purpose, right? And the purpose goes beyond. It's about the business. It goes beyond. The wig is important because that is what makes us connect. And then when we make the points there, then we turn it to the business. So let's think about that. So if you're going to collaborate, you want people to support you. Think about teamwork. Now you need to think about communications. How are you communicating? Create trust. If somebody doesn't trust you, will they be willing to work with you? Do you work with people you don't trust? Do you even build relationships with people you don't trust? So if you want people to collaborate with you, then you make sure that you are building that trust. And you need to motivate people. So I want to collaborate with you. I come and say, let's collaborate on this project. You don't motivate me. What am I going to get out of it? So I always tell him, with him, what is in it for me? if the department doesn't have anything, the other department you want, the other manager is not going to get any benefit, you think he's going to come to the table. So what are you going to motivate? Use as your motivating factor to get the person. So for your boss, the motivating factor may be that if you had Gabriel. The motivating factor for that boss was that she failed twice. So think about that. What motivating factor is going to bring people to the table to collaborate and inspire them? You're talking about collaborate. What's the theme for today? Who can remember? And you got it, girl. You got to inspire people before you can leave. If you can't inspire them, how can you lead them? How many people have been led by people who don't inspire you? So if your church, your pastor doesn't inspire you, are you going to go to that church? The only reason why I can tell the main reason why you're in the church, unless you're looking for a boy for a girl, which I think is not the issue, is the fact that, that's what is an inspiration. Well, she goes to church because, she can connect, she can hook up there, so it's an inspiration. Yeah, but that's what inspires her to collaborate with her church. Then lastly, if you do all this, then what comes your way? Success. So let's think about those factors. And I wanted to also look at some concepts around collaboration. So I talk about purpose and strategy. So you are not collaborating for the sake of collaboration, right? What is the need? Why do you need to collaborate? We are doing that because we want to achieve the common goals. We want to achieve certain objectives that the business. So your boss may have asked you that, this year I see that our media relations is not good. Every time there are negative stories in the media. So you're going to think about, so now we need to collaborate with the media, right? And Amma spoke about it. We had Gabriel speak about it. We need to collaborate with the media because if they are our friends, we partner with them. So you heard Gabriel talk about Newmont and the collaboration that we are doing with NMSQ. Yeah, and by the way, my school is going to win, Abi. This one is really for here. My school is going to win. Well, don't ask me. It's under the, when they win, you see what school it is. But you have to have a purpose and a strategy for it. But sometimes you also need to collaborate because there may be risk and there may be threats to the business and you need to work with people. Back again, I'll use the media example. So if the media is always writing negative stories about you and it impacts your reputation, you want to go into some collaboration. Sometimes, let's partner. So I'll partner with Joy FM, we'll do the safety thing, then the safety drives, this company cares about safety. So in that collaboration, they learn about us and it reduces that threat of getting increasingly negative stories from them. So think about it that way. And then the structure. So if you're going to collaborate, so we put together a team and say, let's collaborate. So we come together and we are collaborating and one person gets up one day and says, I'm tired of this. I don't have the time. I'm busy. Make sure that you set up a formal, I just put steerco, but it's a steering committee, or a working group. Some may call it working group. Set that up, or just create people who will be the liaison roles, and then you make sure that you give them accountability. So we talk about accountability and authority. That's why I'm saying that you don't have to be a manager to be a leader, because sometimes, how many of you may not be managers, but your company have set up a program, and I've asked you to be part of the working group. How many have had that experience? You may not be a manager, but the company has asked you to be part of it. So you come there, you're ensuring that if you're going to collaborate, you may be collaborating with people who may be more senior than you. It's important that your manager gives you that authority. So you can go there and you don't wait for every single decision, you need to walk back to your manager. Your manager is giving you that mandate, go and collaborate. So you take decisions. And sometimes if you think that there are decisions that are going to, that may create big impact, you want to come back and discuss with your manager, but most often it's that give that person that authority. So you're the one on that team, you're organizing the program. And I want to bring it to the ground level so that for people who may not be managers may understand. So you're in your company, and your company wants to do, say, an employee get together. Let's say just even a Christmas party. When they do the Christmas parties, don't they bring team, they form a team, and it's a team. So you're collaborating with it. So think about, I'm trying to break the construct or concept down so we can see that no matter where we are, we can collaborate, right? So if you're going to that meeting and your boss says represent the PR or communications department, you go there and you discuss how's the party, we're going to hold it here, we're going to do this, we have a dancing competition, we'll do a raffle like Clarence, trick that's matreko, and I'm still waiting for the $100, matreko, You need to do that, but that person should have that collab. And sometimes if you haven't done it before, we can all do it. Start small. You can start, try something small. Let me work with you. We build it. The next time you scale it up. So let's think about that. And I spoke about trust and respect. So if you don't trust somebody and you don't respect somebody, you expect the person to collaborate with you? No. Do you expect to lead that person? Think about how can we build collaborative leadership? No, it's not going to work. So the trust, the respect, that interpersonal network. And I keep coming back to Clarence because he made a fantastic point about what seems to be those senseless conversations. So talking about whiskey and talking about shoes, I'm sure you were sitting there thinking that Clarence, so why is he? But he thought it was his biggest client, right? If he makes that emotional connection through the whiskey and the shoes, because the boss likes talking about the shoes and the whiskey, the next time Clarence goes and is talking about business, he's more open to Clarence, because Clarence has his interest at heart. So let's think about that. That interpersonal network is critical. And then learning through collaboration, we should also learn to share information and learn to communicate. So if you have info, you are collaborating with somebody and you are holding the information, they come to your pocket, we are all together, we are working. The company has a crisis, they pull us together and then come and say, oh, can you give information? Sorry, information, and you're ready, you're lying, you have the information. But you feel that if you give it out, that person probably will come out looking good. But trust me, if the person looks good, the next time he knows that, or she knows that you are the one who makes him or her look good. So every time, what are they going to do? They're going to take you along. So remember that. And nobody likes to look stupid. If you don't give information, the person goes to that meeting, and then now you are the one trying to provide the information when that person should have. You've had that relationship. And trust me, next time when you need that help, that collaboration, you're not going to get it from that person. And let's know what other people do. So work in organizations, and Clarence said that we work with, do you know what the other people, the other department, do you even know what HR does? Do you know what the finance people do? When the finance people talk about IRR, do you know IRR? Oh, do you know NPV? So you're smiling, but Agbeko knows what I'm talking about. So when I moved into the leadership role, every time IRR, internal rate of return, oh, you hear it, NPV, net present value, I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, what is this one? So now I went to Investopedia. I started reading IRR, PV, just to understand what all those things were about, so that I could also have cash flow, so I could have a good conversation. So if I'm sitting at the table and the company has challenges around cash flow, and I cannot help the company to communicate to employees why it's important for the company to get cash, because you need cash to pay your vendors. You need cash to pay employees. So if the company doesn't have cash, then you can't get your salary. And if you don't have your salary, you have a very unhappy workforce on your hands. And if you have an unhappy workforce, you have a strike action on your hands. And if you have a strike action on your hands, you have the media at your doorstep. You have the media at your doorstep. You're having sleepless nights. If you're having sleepless nights and you can't address the issue, your boss is what? Angry with you. So two things, either you lose your job, or when that promotion comes, trust me, your boss is not going to look at you. So think about that, why it's important to understand what other people do. And then Gabriel spoke about, you want a seat at the table, and they're talking. And then they talk about these concepts, and you don't know it. People will talk over your head all the time. They talk, they don't even refer to you. Communication, you don't bring any value. And then one time they ask themselves, why are you even sitting at this table? You don't bring any value. We chuck you through the door, right? And then it's people. So you see that respect keeps coming up. Respect is important when you want to collaborate with people. If somebody does work, you give your team member, so I'm talking to the manager here, you give your team member work to do, you ask them to write a document or to probably write a story or put together a strategy, and they don't do it well. When they come up to you, how do you respond to them? I had one boss, I remember when I started writing as a journalist, for the first time I wrote a story, he just flew my story across the table at me. And that was the day I said, oh my God, am I in the right job? I felt disrespect. I felt, okay, I studied English, and I did quite well. So now I write, and my boss actually flies the paper. I felt that he had disrespected me. But then it's back again to EQ, emotional intelligence. I had to control myself because it's my boss, right? Am I going to get angry and insult him? Obviously, it meant that I was going to create problems that I didn't need. So appreciate other people's perspective. Because if you're collaborating with people and you don't appreciate their perspective, you ask them questions, or you come to and say, what do you think about this? The person may come back again with an idea you hadn't thought about. But if the person feels like you appreciate their perspective, when they learn things, sometimes things that may help you progress your career or may remove you out of trouble in the company, they'll be willing to come to you and say, oh, look, this thing's happening, and this department hasn't told you, so you better go and talk to them. But if you don't, they sit and watch you. As Gabriel said, they watch you go and hit the wall, right? It's Ochiala. Who knows Ochiala? Oh, you don't? Okay, the fantasy know. Or how would the guns see Ochiala? Okay. Oh, so Engo. Engo is sweet. And then lastly is conflict management. So when you collaborate, there is going to be conflict all the time because you have different people at the table, different perspectives. People who think they know the communication more than you do, or people who think they know how to write media statements. People who think they understand the stakeholders who do not. So you have to build that capability. You need to be able to manage conflict and expect that there will be conflict. And so if there's going to be conflict, you don't solve conflicts by thinking that your position is the right position. Consensus leads to a win-win, and then you can move. So you go to your boss, and your boss says, oh, I want to do this, I need X budget, and your boss says no. Then you get angry and go and sit in the office. And then the work has to be done. You want to engage your boss and explain why it's important. And then you have to make a consensus. So you went and said, probably I need 20,000 C's. Your boss says, I can give you only 10,000. When at least he's made a move, accept it, move on, prove your value, and the next time when you go for the 20, he will give it to you. So we talk about collaboration. Say the best collaborations create something bigger than the sum of what each person can create on their own. So if it's only you, the results are small. But if you bring great minds together, the results that you get is always better. So if you ask me why has my communication or my career progressed, it's because I've got a great collaborative team. And we work together, and then that's how it happens, right? So it's important. Or why do we do things and say that you look at Newmont and say, oh, you've got great communication strategy. It doesn't sit in my head. Probably all that I'm doing is that I'm helping guide them, but because sometimes they come up with a strategy and I review and I say, oh, this sounds good. Have you thought about it this way? Knowledge doesn't sit in one person's head. So we bring it together, then we make something bigger. So if you look at Steve Jobs, he says that great things in business are never done by one person. They are done by a team of people. So if you work in an organization, it doesn't matter where you sit in that organization. It doesn't matter. Remember what Steve Jobs says, that great things are never done by. So no matter where you sit, that little thing that you think is of no value brings value. And your boss is watching. Other people are watching and seeing the value that you are creating. And then one day something happens, and then they remember you and say, oh, have you thought about this person? And sometimes they don't. You've gathered that knowledge, right? It gives you the opportunity to look for another opportunity elsewhere and move into another role with that information that you've acquired. So I'm going to share bring it back into a story. So now, if we talk about, I've spoken a bit about the anecdotes, but let's bring it to the business world. So your manager wants to understand why do you need to collaborate? So you're doing something. Why do I need to bring HR on board? I think we can sit in communication, we ourselves alone, we can develop the strategy and roll it out. It says that the average return on collaboration is 4 times the initial investment. And then the return on investment is 3 to 6 times if you collaborate. And if you look at productivity, it drives productivity up by 25%, $600 billion in commercial value. So these are the things that sometimes help us understand why collaboration is important as PR practitioners. This is, if we create a collaborative atmosphere within our organization, this is how it helps the company to progress. And this is a story of the yellow stickies, the Post-it notes. So the Post-it note is an example of how collaboration can create innovation. And then we'll see the value that came out of that collaboration. So a chemist in 3M. 3M is a company, and they produce Post-it. For more than 6 years, was coming up with an idea of creating an adhesive that you could put behind a paper and stick it on a book or on the wall and take it off without the adhesive sticking to the wall. And he had been struggling for 6 years. He had come up with the idea. Nobody was willing to implement. So, so he started talking to another colleague. And that colleague works in a church. He's a chorister in his church. And he had also had, when we sing, when we even read books, Clarence was talking about, you read books, gets to a point you want somewhere to stick something so that you can come back. And the colleague had been struggling. He was just using paper. Anytime the paper dropped off. So this friend was on him, talking about collaborating on something, and he said, this is what I'm thinking about. What are your thoughts? He said, wait a minute. I also have my hymn book, and anytime I go to check, I've been thinking about how can I get something to stick. So I think you have some idea there. They worked together, took it to the business, and the business bought that idea. And let's see what results he created. So this is how much post-it notes, the power of collaboration. 50 billion sold every year. How many of you use post-its? Everybody does. 50 billion. Look at the money, 4.3 billion. And look at the share price, 45%. Collaboration. Little post-it. I'm sure nobody has thought about the post-it, right? Out of collaboration, that little thing, that collaboration, the innovation that was created out of that discussion that they had, and they collaborated and said, how can we do this? This is the end result. So is anybody now thinking about why they don't need to collaborate? Who not still thinks that I can go it alone and stay in my little corner and make it? This should change you. So now we're talking about collaboration. Let's go to leadership. So leadership, I'm not going to give you any phonetical. No, I didn't say that. Leadership. We're not going to talk about that. So let's talk about what is leadership. So I know people talk about, leadership is your ability to lead and guide people. But these are what's, Drecker says leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. So a leader should be able to influence. It's the capacity to translate vision into reality. So we all have visions. So like I said, when we started off our social media channel, our vision was to go 50,000 in 2 years somewhere, right? And then we hit 100,000 in 2 years. So have a vision. So your vision is you want to progress your career. What are you doing about it? What effort are you making to translate your vision into reality? So you want to be the manager. The manager doesn't take 1 year. I've worked for 25 years, so trust me. So anybody who is here who's just started and thinking they want to be a manager tomorrow, some of you before Nate, you can start in 3 years because some of us too will struggle for 25 years, right? When we get there. And then it says that somebody else says the only definition for a leader is someone who has followers. So if you have a follower, then you're a leader. Is that always the case? Not necessarily. The one I like best is the bottom. So it combines everything. So the leadership is a process of social influence. So you use your social influence. And you heard Gabriel talk about the social in the organization, right? In PR. Your social influence. So you're able to use influence to influence people. And use that social influence to maximize their efforts to help them achieve a goal. So who is now, if you look at this, who can say they are not a leader? That it's only their manager who is a leader. We heard that leadership is for only managers. Who now thinks that only your manager is a leader? So we are all leaders because we all in our work organizations, don't we all influence people? And all that we are doing is we try to bring people together and make sure that we are achieving a certain goal. So if I say, this is my perception of leader, everybody is a leader. You don't need to have the title manager or director or vice president to become a leader. In your small way, you're a leader. But being a leader doesn't also mean that you are the know it and be it all. So there are different types of leadership styles, right? There's the commanding, the one who says, hey, do what I tell you. And how do most of us react when you have a manager who comes and says, do this, and doesn't give you the opportunity to talk or seek your input? How do you respond to that manager? Oh, somebody should tell me. How do you respond to that manager? Manager who is always telling you, do this, and never, what do you think? How can we do? How can I help you? How do you respond to that manager? So, really? Yeah, that manager doesn't move you, right? It doesn't push you to give your best. And so it says that, how does it impact the organization? It's negative, right? So think about that. Even though all these leadership styles are relevant in certain situations, sometimes when you're under crisis, you don't have the time now, you're going to ask people, what do you think about it? That's why your company expects you to sit up and say, this is the crisis, what actions do you take? And now, let's go collaborate. And no, you don't have the time. So there are times that you need to take action and you need to do it quickly. Then there's the visionary. There are certain leaders who can always, create a vision and move you towards that point. And that person will say, come with me. And we all like that, leader who can help us expand ourselves, say that this way I think we can take our team, we can take our department here, our department in the next 5 years, we want to be the department when there's any issue in this company, the leader is going to come, we want to move our so that we will have a seat on the leadership team. And I say that, guys, let's work this together and create a vision and you all follow, right? So that's one. Then the next one is the affiliate leadership style. So that one is all about, who said that it's not about ice cream, right? It was Emma. But sometimes it's about ice cream. Sometimes about ice cream, but sometimes not about ice cream. So I feel the leadership style you have to have all that. There are times that, you have to do la vie da vie with your team. Because if you do la vie da vie with them, it works. And they like it. Who doesn't like la vie da vie? If you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend or your husband or wife and they don't do la vie da vie with you, when you go home crying, you see them cry, your face is like, So la vie da vie is important. Because when you do that, it creates that emotional bond. It creates that it brings the team together. They feel like they're one, and then they rally behind everything. Right? It's funny, I think a couple of days ago, a couple of weeks back, we were working on something in the office. Then I was talking to a team on Monday, and they said, we're here Saturday and Sunday. And I said, wow. Agbeko. They said, wow, that's good. You rally your team on Saturday and Sunday without being asked. And they were in the office working. So thank you for the affiliate leadership, for creating that emotional bond and harmony. So you put people first. So how many times have your team come to you and you see that they are in trouble, there's something worrying them, and you still talk to them and it's like you don't care? If you do that, then please, today, if you go to the office and if you're a member of your team, you're not even the manager, and somebody comes to work and the person looks down, take a moment, talk to the person, what's the issue? Sometimes it's that your question or your response to that person may be what will change the person's day. So it's important we think about that. Then there's also the democratic leadership style. There are times that we need to do things by consensus. You don't push your ideas through. So as managers, when we have ideas, let's sit down with our team, let's ask them, what do you think? And so you ask, what do you think? Let's do it this way, let's do it that way. You come up, and we remember what Steve Jobs said, you come up with a better plan and a better decision than if you try to go it on your own. And that is positive. And when we're talking about collaborative leadership, this is what I want us to look at, the democratic leader. Yes, we talk about pace setting, the one that expects excellence and self-driving. I know sometimes my team thinks that sometimes I can swing too much to the pace setting, right? Sometimes I think I can be extreme on that. But it's also good, you do, but it's not always. There are times that you need to, but it's not something that you always should do. It's like sometimes when you want quick results and things are delayed, you don't have the choice. Not now you're going to say, oh, hello, how are you? And this work here, and when do you think we'll get it? Oh, is that so? Tomorrow? Hey, I don't have time. I need it now. Okay, that's all. I need it by in the next 30 minutes. So it happens. So that's what I say. You have to combine it and know when to use what. Don't lean to one side. There's a time for everything. Then they are coaching. When you're working with people, everybody wants to progress. Nobody wants to be where they are, right? And nobody wants to work with a leader who doesn't bring anything to the table every day. And what do you think? What do you think? They never say anything. Every day, what do you think? Hey, boy, do baby because my breath. What do you think? What do you think? I'm sure when the person tells you, say, hey, what is what do you think? Hey, have you seen what do you think? Everything, what do you think? But I'm going to concentrate on the democratic leadership. Because when we talk about collaborative leadership, this is where we need to be focusing on. Building consensus through participation. And we said that collaboration is bringing people together and helping them all go towards the set. So it's really important that you collaborate. So you can see that under the collaborative leadership, it talks about collaboration, team leadership, communication, to build buy-in or consensus or to get input from valuable employees. You do that, you create results. So that leadership style is critical. Okay. So when we talk about leadership, we spoke a bit about collaboration and what collaboration involves. So there are certain things in collaboration that you can see in leadership. So when you collaborate, you support each other, you see there's teamwork, and you remember we spoke about motivation, and remember we also spoke about communication. But when we talk about leadership includes collaboration, but it goes beyond collaboration. So the collaborative leader supports his team, supports the company, works with others, works with his team, will motivate his team, and will motivate the people from the other functions that he wants to move towards a certain direction. He also will keep the lines of communication open so they build trust and respect. But to lead, then now you need to talk about power. You need that power, because that power to gain that respect. I'm sorry, but I don't like use the word manipulate, because I don't like manipulating people. I find manipulation unethical. So I see manipulation from a very dark side, because we can all read through manipulation, don't we? When you're media, you're trying to manipulate the audience. After a while, everybody can tell. So I don't, but it's the power, the ability when you have the power to be able to use that power to support others. So when people want doors open for them so they can be able to achieve certain goals, you are the one, that leader who can go in and say, we need X amount of money to be able to do this, because you have that power to have that conversation and open that door for your team to be able to collaborate and achieve their goals. And you also have to take responsibility. So when you're the collaborative leader, you're working the collaboration. You don't want to work, and when there's problems, you draw yourself and say, Pachanyamio, is this person? And you, why did you do that? Take ownership, take accountability, deal with it. Protect your team. Protect those that you work. When you're in a collaboration, you're in a team, you're not even a manager, protect your group. When things happen, don't always point fingers and say, oh, you are the wrong person. Trust me, if you do that, you're not going to get that support. So the day that you need that help, nobody's going to help you. And then you also have to build your skills. We heard Clarence talk about, we heard Gabriel talk about, build your skills, learn. As my father said, learn and learn and learn, and when you die, we'll put on your grave, here lies the body of Adiki, who learned till she died. Well, that was Mr. Ayitevie for you. So learn is important. Learning is important. If you don't learn, social media, Internet of Things, new things, or new ways of innovation, new ways of doing communications happen, and you don't even know. All you know is the one that you learned when, do you remember when we went to School of Communications, they always tell Lastwell. All you can remember is Lastwell, right? Lastwell is 1926. It still applies, but we moved into 2019. So please add Lastwell and then top it up with 2019 things, right? So what does it involve? So we see the traditional leader who believes that power comes from their position on authority. And sometimes people, you have the position, you have the power, people don't respect you. You're not able to move people. Or they think that the information should sit in their chop box. They open it small, they give this one, and the rest they close, so that they remain powerful. Trust me, information doesn't sit in one person's head. So if it's wrong and you don't share it, how will you know it's wrong for somebody to even correct you? And then they will listen sometimes, but they never listen because they think they know it all. So I'm the leader, I have the best response. Nobody else knows the answers. And then they'll always be the one who come with the solution. Instead of working with the team to deliver the solution. Do you want to be this kind of person? No, this kind of person doesn't drive collaboration. This is the one that drives collaboration. They believe that the power is greatest when it is in a collective team. Everybody has their power and they bring it together. They believe that you should share information and knowledge openly. Knowledge doesn't sit in one person's head. You share, they learn, they also build, they also bring. And then you encourage suggestions and ideas from your team. It's important as the collaborative leader. And mind you, as I said, everybody here is a collaborative leader. It's not about somebody being a manager. Once you work, no matter where you sit, you're also a leader. So in your small way, how you bring in suggestions. And then you facilitate brainstorming. So have brainstorming sessions. Think about what you can do to move the business forward. And so when we tie this back to strategic communicator, so you're a collaborative leader, how are you applying that in communications to make you strategic? You want to be known as an astute business leader and not only as a communicator. So the communicator is when they ask you anything about communication, but when they talk about the business, you know nothing about the business. But if you don't know about the business, how are you going to apply your communication solutions to the business problems? And you heard Gabriel talk about that. You don't understand. You heard Clarence. You don't understand the business. So they come in and they ask you, don't understand the business of power. They ask you about power, and now you have to apply. You don't know it. Now you want to bring your viewpoints, but that viewpoints must be grounded in facts and knowledge. Know what you are talking about. Have that logical flow. Do you know what you are talking about? We go and your boss asks you, there's this issue. What do you think? Okay, so our cash flow employees, we are struggling. The business is not making money. We need to do some redundancies. We don't have a choice, but we also are careful that this can create a problem. How are we going to do it? You are sitting there, no facts. You don't ask for the facts. You don't even understand the logic, how it should process. The process that you should follow. If you're a strategic communicator, this is important. Those are the things that take you and brings you a seat at the table. Then do you know how to work with others to find solutions, answers, and energize the business? If you're a collaborative leader, do you know how to work with others? There are different functions within or departments within the company. Do you know how to bring them all together to be able to drive results? That's important. So like I said, if there's a crisis, there's an issue, or the business is even marketing, they're selling goods, what's your role? What are you doing to help them see how they can find clients, how they can make that emotional contact, how they can tell their stories to drive their business? And then lastly, it's about how do you use your communication skills to lead and develop novel or innovative solutions, drive high performance, and bring great results. The collaborative leader who wants to become that strategic communicator, this is what you do. Use your communication skills. Use that to lead and develop novel or innovative solutions. And in doing that, use that to drive the performance and help the business to achieve its goals. And I like the statement about build your emotional courage, your ability to act thoughtfully, strategically, and collaboratively while feeling afraid. How many of us sometimes are not afraid when things come and they ask us? Trust me, I get afraid. Yeah, because knowledge doesn't sit. I'm in a new role, and a new role, that's not, my comfort zone was communication. Then if you talk about, like, say, I'm a guru. Now I'm in sustainability and external relations, right? Yes, it's not, I'm out of my comfort zone. So does it mean that I need to go in there? Humility is important, so I'm afraid. I don't know it all. But am I going to let that fear hold me back? Yes, so as communication professionals, when you want to move as a collaborative leader and move up, the fear will be there. But have that emotional courage and know that if you learn, as Clarence said, you learn and you build the right collection and you know how to collaborate, you'll be able to achieve results. So please, if you don't remember anything, please remember this one. Build your emotional courage, your ability to act thoughtfully, strategically, and collaboratively while feeling afraid. That is what brings the result. Because fear always makes you think 3 times. If you're not afraid, you think you know it all, and if you're not careful, that's where you fail. And so what's the impact if you collaborate? It's a powerful professional development tool, because combining your effort with somebody's and combining your expertise with somebody's helps drive innovation, growth, and performance. So there's the financial benefits. You collaborate with people to reduce costs. So we're talking about a business is struggling, it's not making costs, and then it talks about working with people. Let's work together to do that. It's also about the physical capital. Learning how to share resources, equipment, information, and tasks. Collaboration is key on that. Then there's the intellectual capital. You create the ability to tap into combined expertise, knowledge, and capability. And if you do that, that's where you build a human capital. You develop people's skills and their capability. And you do that, you safeguard your job too, don't you? And you encourage the team motivation. So, in a nutshell, if you bring the 2 heads together, the different ideas, you end up with the best idea. And that is what drives innovation. Innovation drives performance, because you are thinking out of the box and thinking about how you do things differently, right? And it drives results. So anytime, if you can't remember anything, remember that if you knock 2 heads, you say 2 heads is better than 1, right? Okay. So on that note, I brought my presentation to an end.
Thank you so much. Now we will take some questions.
With the experience over the years, collaborating with people, the conflict that has arisen, if probably any, could you please share that with us, either on individual basis or on the professional basis, because each and every time you are in touch with people, and there will be some sort of conflict.
Mm-hmm.
So conflict resolution in collaborative partnership.
Okay. So remember I said that in collaboration, expect conflicts, and that you need to manage it, and sometimes that's win-win and consensus. So yes, I've worked times there where people, it's like a turf war, right? How many of you have seen the turf war in the office where it's like you have to do, but somebody feels this is my space, don't you dare come in. So there's going to be turf war. So sometimes I think it's sometimes Gabriel's approach. I try to do minimal of that, but I will advise you. But there are times that you advise people and they are not going to listen. But you have to be, that's where you talk about the professionalism. You need to come up or the strategic communicator and say ABC, the facts, the logic, why it has to be done. And if the person says no, fine, but trust me, if the person goes and hits the wall, because you provided the knowledge, the facts, and the logic, when he hits the wall, all those things that you said, they can see it. So the next time, as Gabriel said, that's exactly what happened with Gabriel. It was the conflict there. He provided the knowledge, he provided the capability, he provided the facts and the logic, and the person still said no. At that point, you can't hold the person's neck and the hand. It's like a horse. You can't take the water and open the mouth and say, drink the water. It won't drink. Even you took it, you close your mouth, Abi. So what he did was he provided his professional advice, and the person went and hit. And when the person hits, what did the person do? Yeah, you come back. So that's important. Provide that. But sometimes too, you should learn to do trade-offs. There are times that you are collaborating with somebody and saying that, oh, I want this and I want it in 2 days. And so the person is busy and may not have the time. So, okay, what time do you think? So somebody asks, so what time do you think you can get this ready? So that at least you give the person some feeling that they are controlling the issue. So okay, give us 3 days. Oh, what about 2.5? At least let's reach consensus. And if you do that too, that also helps. But there are times that you cannot deal with it. Then you have to escalate. And you heard Cynthia talk about levels of escalation. Then you probably have to escalate to your boss or his boss and say, this is the issue. And you can let him know so he doesn't feel like you're reporting him. Look, this is the problem. We can't resolve it. So I want us to take it to our boss to kind of help us solve it. So that sometimes can also help.
What I want to know is, beyond the in-house collaboration, is it also advisable for PR people to go and collaborate with other PR people in other organizations, especially in a competitive business environment where sometimes people don't even want to share information because they feel you are a competition and all that?
You better pay attention because you're going to answer this one. No.
So if it's...
Yeah, because he works with the Chamber of Mines, so yeah, I like him too. Yeah.
So I want to know if it's advisable to also consult with other PR people in other organizations in doing your work.
Yeah, so I think that in our industry, it's information driven. And so it's okay to learn from best practices, and it's okay to learn from others. But you need to be mindful about your trade secrets. You cannot say that I am Newmont Goldcorp and I have a campaign coming up and I want to sit with Goldfields to, plan the strategy.
Yeah, because they're your competitors, right?
They are your competitors. All right, so you can learn from best practices, you can learn from, others' experiences, but you cannot collaborate in that way because of competition and trade secrets.
What can you do when you try to collaborate and then the other departments, like the collaboration is not forthcoming? What do you do?
Mr. Zuma. Today, me and my team, we're answering the questions. That is how collaboration works, because all the knowledge doesn't sit in my head now.
So I think once you need the other partner or the other department to arrive at that business goal, you must find other ways of getting the person to understand or appreciate what support you require or what the issue is. We're working with something. It's an example I like sharing. I have a very good friend who is one of our most stubborn internal clients. And we're working on something with him, and it was a very highly technical thing that we needed to sell to the organization. So when we reduce it to the level of a class 2 or class 3 person, he says, if you are in mining and you don't understand this, then you don't have any business to be in mining. So I just relaxed and said, okay, let him go with it to his boss. Then he came back and said, you are right. Now he's our #1 advocate. So every time he comes and says, look, I need to even set aside a budget for communications, the kind of things that you guys are doing, the little videos and stories that you tell. So you don't have to relent. I think sometimes, yes, when you go direct, you may run into a brick wall, but you must find other ways around it, because there's always power in collaboration. Yes, it is not a linear route. It is not straightforward sometimes. You must find ways of getting that done, especially if you need that department or that stakeholder. You need to collaborate, but find ways of doing that.
I'd like to add that in working with different departments, you also have to build relationships. It's just like building relationship with outside stakeholders. And so you need to move beyond official. One of the first things I learned when I came to Newmont was you need to build relationships.
Sorry, we are Newmont Goldcorp Ghana, please.
Sorry, Newmont Goldcorp was that you need to
still in
build
transition.
Relationships. So you would send an email to someone and say, I need this information. But then you have to go beyond just the email. So sometimes you need to walk to the person and say, this is what we need to do. Give the person the reason why they need to collaborate with you. Because you're both trying to achieve something in the business. You're trying to achieve success for the business. So this is where you need relationships. So you need to work on your relationship skills.
I think one of the things that really helps is offering to help those who you need information or you need something from. For instance, if there are templates and the person is too busy, you can offer to say, okay, I'll just sit by you, I'll ask the questions and I'll fill the form or the template. If it's an interview for a video, for instance, said, oh, you know you look good in this, I can get someone to do makeup for you, and this is how you need to speak. So the person feels like even though I'm offering you something, I'm getting something for my personal
What is in it for me, right?
Yes.
Thanks, that's a great point. Okay.
So thank you. Thank you so much, Adiki. Please clap for her. Wow. After you have given a speech and you have a very prolonged clap of offerings, then you know that you have really, really delivered. Thank you so much. All right, so at this point, I just want to say thank you for holding faith with me and for being here, for being energized and leading. I am so afraid now of mentioning the word collaborate. Please, how am I supposed to say it? All right, okay, so on that note, we will take the closing remarks from Faith, the founder of Women in PR Ghana, and after that, we would have a networking section and we'll take beautiful pictures. So Faith, please, you're welcome on stage.
I know after all the work today, it's a proud moment to see that we are all happy and we've finalized everything. And hopefully, or God willing, we want to see a change in our industry. We don't want to just live here with talks. We want to be proactive in our organization. So let's go out there and make a difference so that we are not just any kind of PR woman, but a PR woman with a difference. So let's go out there and lead. Before I continue, I want to say thank you so much. First, thank you to my mom. She's here today. She was here last year. I know she's witnessed the nights and the hours of working and putting things together, and to see it materialize today. It's great to see her here, and I'm sure she understands now because there's a lot of work going on. To continue, I want to say thank you to our speakers, to all our 4 speakers and our panel. It's not easy getting speakers with this knowledge, with this expertise to do this. So I can tell you it's not easy to get them. Many years back, it will be difficult to walk to any of these people because of some of the closed door policies we have in organizations. But today, we have most of these people here, and then we had the opportunity to talk to them, interact with them. So thank you so much for accepting to speak. We hope when we knock on your doors next year, you will still be here, just like Adiki was here last year and this year. Especially to our companies that supported us, to Newmont Goldcorp Ghana, to Zoom Lion Ghana, to Touchpoint Magna Carta, Webster University Ghana, to Bijou Homes, Total Ghana, to Voltic for the water, to Vivo Energy, Presentation Plus, Excelsis, Neptune Technologies, to Go Live, and then to everybody. And also special thanks to the team. Honestly, if I'm standing here today, it's not because I work alone. And sometimes I tear up when I see people sending emails and say, I want to volunteer. I want to do this. There's one young lady who I told her that I don't have a space to work with her. But she was like, well, I'm still going to work with you. So whichever way, just give me the job and I'll do it. To Patricia, a long list, Etonam, Dede. I don't want to miss anybody, but a lot of people, I don't want to mention a lot of names. To my girlfriends who are not PR people, but from day one, year 1, year 2, year 3, they've been here. To Catherine, Clenam, Yaira, Bridget, to everybody else, thank you so much. And honestly, to a community I would call women in PR community, they've contributed a lot. From time, some of the proposals, some of the communications. Thank you so much for your contributions, your cash contributions as well. Thank you all so much for the support. And hopefully next year we'll all be here and then we'll be happy again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith, for thanking us. And thank you also to Go Live. We have been all along on Facebook Live. Today, we hope that you have been inspired and you're going to lead and you will collaborate. So thank you so much for coming, and to all our sponsors and to everybody here who spent their time here, we are saying thank you. So my name is Joyce Ahiandome, and I work with Voltic. So I would like to see you all up here as we take our beautiful pictures. After here, officially we are closed, but you're free to have fun, to share your inspiration, and to network. Thank you all, and see you next year.